Morning, everyone. Welcome to this Lewis and Clark County Board of Commissioners public meeting dated Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. We always start these little proceedings out with a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. My name is Candace Payne. I will be the chair of this meeting. To my immediate left is Commissioner Tom Rolfe.
Good morning, Chair Payne.
Good morning, Tom. And to his left is Miss Brandy Spangler, who will keep us on track and in time. To my right, Commissioner, the far-traveled Commissioner Andy Hunthausen. Good morning. Recently back from a business trip to South Dakota. Nicho Hash is the representative from the county attorney's office. Almost got me there. And Roger Balls is our CAO. That being the case, let's move into the consent action items. Roger?
Thank you, Chair Payne and Commissioners. Item 2A on the agenda today is vendor claims report for the week ending May 23rd, 2025. Staff recommends approval. Thank you. And Marni Bentley is here as usual as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions regarding this consent action item? Oh, no. Is there any public comment on this consent action item? Seeing none. I think we should have a motion.
Chair Payne, I would move to approve consent action item 2A, vendor claims for the week ending May 23rd, 2025, as explained by Mr. Balls.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve this consent action item. Is there any further comments from the commission? Seeing none, let's have a vote. All in favor of approval of consent action item 2A as presented by Mr. Roger Balls, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes 3-0. Now on to the exciting bid awards. Action item 3A, bid award, Canal Circle / Concord asphalt overlays as presented by engineer Dan Karlin.
Good morning, Chair Payne, Commissioners. For the record, Dan Karlin, County Engineer. On May 13th of 2025, 3 bids were opened for the Canal Concord asphalt overlays project. Project generally consists of a new 2.5-inch asphalt surface on Canal Circle, a 1.5-inch asphalt overlay on Concord Road from Independence Drive to Liberty Drive, and a new 3-inch asphalt approaches on Hannah Lane and Fieldcross Lane in Lewis and Clark County. I do have those maps there for you to view.
Thank you.
This one here is Canal Circle. This is Concord Road. And these are the 2 approaches as mentioned. Funding for this project is from the road infrastructure budget for bid items 1 through 4, while funding for bid items 5 through 9 are budgeted through individual RID funds and included in an overall project summary sheet approved by the Commission with the annual Public Works budget. After review of the bids, staff recommends awarding the contract to the low bidder, Cap Paving Inc. of East Helena, Montana, for a total unit price bid amount of $105,655.00, and authorize the chair to sign all applicable contract documents.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions from the commission?
Chair Payne. I do, if I could.
Okay,
Please.
Andy. Mr.
Dan,
Commissioner Hunthausen.
thank you. Just for, excuse me, for explanation purposes for those that might be interested. So we have three of these essentially today, and they are all for overlay projects. And why do we categorize them in these groups, that kind of thing? Somebody might be curious about that. We have a combination of funding coming from RIDs as well as from our public works funds. And it all makes sense once explained, but I think there's a regional component to it and a scale component to it. Maybe just explain why we group them like this and put out these contracts this way.
Absolutely. Chair Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen. So these are, as you mentioned, they're grouped basically geographically, as well as we're splitting volumes to get the costs all to be roughly equivalent. That's helpful in bonding capacity and insurance considerations for the contractors we have available to do this kind of work for us. It also gives us an opportunity to have multiple contractors doing these projects so they can run concurrently because we're time constricted on when these need to happen. So that's
Thank you.
Generally the reason.
Yeah, appreciate it. I just thought it'd be, some people might be going, why are they doing three of these? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Payne.
When we are spending the public's money, we're very cautious, and so we do it one step at a time. So if there's ever any question, it doesn't undo all the rest. It's the one we can narrow it down. So thanks for your putting this all together, Dan. Any other questions from the commission?
None.
Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, we should probably have a motion now. Don?
Chair Payne, I would move to approve the bid award for Canal Circle Concord asphalt overlays as explained by Mr. Karlin.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve this bid award for the Canal Circle Concord asphalt overlays as presented by Dan Karlin. Is there any further words of wisdom from the commission? Seeing none, let's all vote. If you, those in favor of approving this bid award indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Action item number 3B. Bid award for the Jimtown Herrin asphalt overlays presented by Engineer Dan Karlin.
Good morning again, Chair Payne, Commissioners. Dan Karlin for the record. On May 13th of 2025, 3 bids were open for the Jimtown Herrin asphalt overlays project. Project generally consists of a 2-inch asphalt overlay of Jimtown Road from Highway 284 or Canyon Ferry Road to the Jimtown Riverside Road intersection and continuing on Riverside Road to the end of the existing paint striping. A 2-inch overlay of the approach at the Jimtown Road Riverside Road intersection and a 2-inch asphalt overlay of Herrin Road from the York Road intersection to Wiley Drive in Lewis and Clark County. Again, I have some maps for you here. This is the Jimtown piece with the yellow highlight being the approach mentioned. And this is the Herrin Road overlay. Funding for this project is from the road infrastructure budget. After review of bids, staff recommends awarding the contract to the low bidder, Montana Materials and Construction of Helena, Montana, for a total unit price bid amount of $261,655.00. Oh, that's not right. $261,920. I have a typo in my memo there. And authorize the chair to sign all applicable contract documents. And just reiterating, it is $261,920.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions from the commissioners?
None here.
Seeing none, let's see if there's any public comment. No one cares to speak. Okay. In that case, we'll ask for a motion on this matter.
Chair Payne, I'd move that we approve or award the bid for the Jimtown Herrin Asphalt Overlay Project to Montana Material and Construction of Helena for the amount of $261,920 as presented by Mr. Karlin.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the bid award to the Jimtown Herrin Asphalt Overlays in the amount of $261,920. Is there any further comment from the commission? Oh, okay. Then, all in favor of this motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes unanimously. Bid award, action item 3C, bid award Lake Helena Floweree Asphalt Overlays. Oh, you again. Hi, Dan.
Good morning, Chair Payne, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Dan Karlin, County Engineer. On May 13th of 2025, 3 bids were opened for the Lake Helena Floweree Asphalt Overlays project. The project generally consists of a 2-inch asphalt overlay of Lake Helena Drive from the Causeway Bridge to the end of the asphalt on Hauser Dam Road, and a 2-inch asphalt overlay of Floweree Road from the east end of the 10-Mile Creek Bridge to 1 mile south in Lewis and Clark County. Again, I have some maps for you here. This is the Lake Helena portion. And this is the Floweree portion. Funding for this project is from the road infrastructure budget. After review of the bids, staff recommends awarding the contract to the low bidder, Montana Materials and Construction of Helena, Montana, for a total unit price bid amount of $374,900.00, and authorize the chair to sign all applicable contract documents.
Thank you, Dan. Are there any questions from the commission?
Chair Payne,
Andy?
another question.
Yes.
Mr. Karlin, another thing that the public might be curious about is how we choose our project. So last time, we talked all about the bidding process and taking the bids back and then coming with this recommendation today. But how do we choose these? Like this section of Floweree, this section of Lake Helena. Our roads are on a kind of a schedule of maintenance on one hand, but on the other hand, I think where opportunity presents itself as well. So maybe just some explaining some of that, if you would, how we come up with the projects we come up with.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, Chair Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen. So, really, we have a limited budget to work with on these maintenance projects, these overlays, chip seal, crack seal, all of that. So, one of our main priorities is to make sure we're doing our maintenance on time and on schedule. That's primarily our crack seal and our chip seal. But this is a little bit more extensive. These are as pavements are getting a little older. So we're coming over the top after they've been crack sealed and chip sealed more than 1 or 2 cycles, and then coming over with asphalt over the top of that. Many of these are identified by the road staff, Kevin Horn, Ed Tinker. They're looking at these, they're looking for stresses in the pavement, and then when they start to see it kind of break over that edge of where it's not able to be just crack sealed and chip sealed, we'll do that, but then we'll come over the top to cover over it. So we're looking at these, we're evaluating these in the fall, spring, summers, and we're watching as they age and catching these before they deteriorate too far. So, and then they become a lost cause and we have to actually mill them up and come back with a full fresh mat, which is quite a bit more expensive.
Right. Yeah. The Chair Payne, if I can. So
Yes,
just
continue.
on that line, that's really important because it's called pavement preservation for a reason. We're trying to preserve these assets and this investment that we've made over a long period of time. And if we don't, like you said, then it becomes a lost cause. We have to completely rebuild the road, which is many times, in some cases, many times more expensive than continuing to preserve the hard surface that we have. So thank you for the explanation. Thank you, Chair Payne.
That was very helpful. Thank you. Any other questions for
No.
Dan?
that's
Okay.
good. 'Kay.
'Okay. Seeing none, is there any public comment? Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, is there 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 any public comment? Okay. Seeing Okay, in that case, let's see. Oh, we need a motion.
Chair Payne, I would move to approve, to award the bid on Lake Helena Floweree Asphalt Overlay as explained by Dan Karlin.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve the action item 3C, the bid award for the Lake Helena Flowery Asphalt Overlays as presented by engineer Dan Karlin. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor of approving this bid award, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This matter is approved unanimously. Thank you. Then, on to bigger and better matters. Well, I don't know, better. We have action item 3D, settlement agreement between Lewis and Clark County and Phil Wirth et al. And this, I believe, will be presented by Nicho Hash from the County Attorney's Office. Nicho?
Chair Payne and Commissioners, good morning. As you mentioned, this is a settlement agreement between the county, the subdivision applicant, Mr. Wirth, and the Bridge Creek Homeowners Association. So this case stems from a lawsuit back in September. Let me start over again. This case has been going on for a decade. So there's a lot here. I'm going to try to condense it as quickly as I can and succinctly as I can.
We've got all morning. Don't worry about it.
Fair enough, Chair.
This is the public money we are spending, so we need to do it cautiously. Go ahead.
Chair Payne and Commissioners. So this case relates back to a September 17th, 2015 conditional approval of Mr. Wirth's subdivision in the Bridge Creek Estates. The county initiated a declaratory judgment action later in 2016, and the applicant counterclaimed against the county for damages. There were also some counterclaims between the Bridge Creek Homeowners Association and the applicant in this case as well. The substance for the county's part in this agreement is ultimately going to be agreeing on the interpretation of the restrictive covenants at the Bridge Creek Estates subdivision. This means that the prohibition on further subdivision will not apply to the applicant or any of his successors and assigns. This also means then that the condition of approval number 1 that Lewis and Clark County put on this subdivision back in 2015 will be deemed met and the subdivision can move forward. The lot size restrictions that exist under the county zoning regulations will not apply to any further development in the Bridge Creek Estate subdivision. And the county will also pay $48,600 of the HOA's attorney's fees in this matter. So that's the substance of this settlement agreement as it relates to the county. There's also some provisions of this agreement between the applicant and the HOA, but that's kind of amongst those parties as well. So I thought I'd just present the county's part of this agreement. So happy to answer any questions that you all have, and our office recommends that the commission enter into this settlement agreement.
Thank you, Nicho. I have a question. Are the terms of the entire agreement between all of the parties contained in this settlement agreement? All the terms, so the ones between Mr. Wirth and the Bridge Creek Estate Homeowners Association, they are included in this too. This is the entire agreement.
Chair Payne and Commissioners, this agreement represents everything that all of the parties have agreed to, and there aren't any other agreements out there.
Okay, so this will end this lawsuit. All those lawyers will no longer be taking the money home. Oh, sorry, that was being facetious. Are there any questions? Commission? Tom?
No, I think I understand this solves the problem for all parties, and that Mr. Wirth can go ahead and develop as needed, and the homeowners are taken care of, and this should resolve this long-standing really, in my mind, way too long-standing event.
Thank you. Andy? Any comment?
I don't have any question at this time. Just I'm grateful that for the work done and that we're at this point. So agreement is much better than some of the possible alternatives. So I think we're happy that all the parties have come together and agreed on a path forward resolution. So thank you, Chair Payne.
And a comment to my way of seeing, this gives us a specific solution. So we're not all out there wandering around worrying about, oh my God, what else can come up? What else can come up? So this should enable everybody to move forward and make plans based on this. Any public comment? Aha. Well, I figured eventually you would stand up.
My name is Tom Rigg. I live at Bridge Creek Estates.
What was your first name?
I'm here to say I go along with this agreement. I don't think it's great for us, but it will put everything to an end. And hopefully it will put an end to the lawyering as long as Mr. Wirth lives up to his part of the agreement. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And thank you for entering into this, giving us all some certainty. Any other public comments? No. Well, in that case, we need to have a motion.
Chair Payne, I'd move that we approve the settlement agreement between Lewis and Clark County and Phil Wirth as presented by Mr. Hash.
Second.
I think we should maybe amend that motion to approve the settlement agreement between Lewis and Clark County, Philip Wirth, and the Bridge Creek Estate Homeowners Association. We don't want to leave out one of the parties.
Chair Payne and Commissioners, I think it's clear what we're doing, but I think
Yeah,
certainly based
doesn't
upon
hurt.
the explanation between you.
I'm fine adding that
Okay.
into the motion if you'd like, Chair.
Okay,
Yes.
so moved, seconded, approved. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the settlement agreement between Lewis and Clark County and Phil Wirth and the Bridge Creek Estate Homeowners Association as presented by Nicho Hash. Is there any further comment? Seeing none. All in favor of approving this settlement agreement indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. This motion passes unanimously. Thank you for coming in. Well, boys and girls, now we move in to the really fun stuff. This is the action item number 3E, the fiscal year 2026 budget presentation. And we start with grants and purchasing.
Yeah, Chair Payne.
Mr. Baltz.
Thank you, Chair Payne and Commissioners. So this is a great opportunity to talk about what the next, well, today and the 28th and the 29th are going to be like. So these are the budget presentations. They're consistent with how we've done them in the past. So Commissioners, we've attempted to schedule out the budget presentations based on our best estimates of how long they may take. But what's going to happen both today, Wednesday, and Thursday is there's going to be some budget presentations that will take longer, some that will be very quick. And I think that if I could say this, Chair Payne, just we'll rely upon your judgment to take breaks as needed for where we have gaps in time, such as occurring now. And the next presentation is scheduled to begin at 10:30. And actually all the different offices, they're all listed out on your agenda of the different operations and what time we've asked them to come in. So my suggestion would be for you to just take a break until 10:30 and then we would begin the presentations. But we will see a lot of ebb and flow about there may be
Certainly.
breaks of time that you'll just probably want to call for breaks until we can get people in as scheduled and as needed for these presentations. And so that's where we are as of this morning.
I just think that's excellent advice. with that in mind, we will go into a recess until 10:30 when we will be looking at the grants and purchasing budget. So for now, take a break.
No, it's past time.
Is it time? Greetings, everyone. We will call this County Commission meeting of May 27th, 2025 back to order and continue with the budget presentation. 10:30 to 11 is Ann McCauley. Ann?
Good morning, Commissioner Payne, Commissioners, Ann McCauley, Director of our Grants and Purchasing Department. Before you today is our fiscal year 26 proposed budget for the department. I'll begin with our general fund portion of the budget. This is the portion of the budget that supports my position as well as our purchasing officer, Casey Hayes. And that's the majority of where the budget is in personnel services.
Ann, could you talk more slowly and louder? I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Yes,
Thank
first
you.
Commissioner. So the general fund portion of our budget is what supports our personnel. So that's my position as well as Casey Hayes, our purchasing officer. Our personnel services include the 2.13% cost of living increase, our applicable step increases, and the health plan contribution increase that was provided by the finance department during budget development. Our operations and maintenance portion of the budget, drawing your eye to line 16, is largely based on our prior year FY25 budget. A couple notable increases is our travel and training portion of the budget were increased by $500 each over FY25. This is in anticipation of higher travel costs to attend conferences and other trainings. I also want to note that Casey Hayes, our purchasing officer, applied for and was awarded a $1,000 scholarship to attend this year's National Institute for Government Procurement Conference that's in Denver. So those savings will help us provide more trainings throughout the
Can
year.
you show what line that is on?
Yes, Commissioner, it is on lines 26 and 27.
Thank you.
And then our fixed charges were those provided by the finance department for our insurance, our county-owned rent, and our technology fees. Are there any?
I have another question.
Please.
I'm looking at line 3350-40 technology. And generally technology is, I think it's getting more expensive. But in this budget, it's the actuals, it's significantly lower. How did you do that?
Yes, Commissioner Payne, good question. So in FY25, our ARPA program specialist position was lumped into this technology budget line. You'll note on the next page that technology cost is now going to be coming out of the ARPA budget rather than out of the general fund. That was something that I worked on with Frank and Misty this past year to make sure that those kind of fees were being allocated to the right budget for that position.
Okay. And now you're going to move into the ARPA fund because I have a question there too.
I'm happy to take any other questions regarding the general fund.
Well, Commissioner Payne,
Andy?
kind of just a backup question here, and it might be for our part of it might be for our gentleman over here. Just for those who might be watching today, we just jumped right into the budget. So I just want to do a brief explanation, what we are doing, why we're doing it. It is
The man has 18 years of experience. He's done this before.
It is our
Thank you, Andy.
preliminary budget presentation process for this next year budget, which will be starting July 1st for the county. And so all of our departments and elected offices will be presenting budgets, and we have our initial discussion around those. And there, as Ann mentioned, there were some assumptions built in that the finance office provides for the different departments so that they can start to build their budget around these assumptions for the next year, like the 2.1% COLA and how that fits in with their budgets. There might be some technology costs, those kinds of things. So I thought maybe just a brief explanation of what we're doing here prior to launching, and then we can get right back to Ann. Mr. Bolts, maybe start. And Mr.
Thank you, Chair Payne and Commissioners. I'll be glad to go through that and really appreciate Commissioner Hunthausen, providing that approach for us. He captured a lot of it just great. So, Commissioners, the way we handle our budget, we call it our budget cycle because it occurs all year around. This time of year is very significant.
Can we use the term BS for this budget cycle?
I'm not going to, Commissioner. I'll go with BC. How about that?
Oh, cycle.
So Commissioner, again, our budget process is a year-round process. When the commissioners are not approving the budget like we're doing this at this time of year, we're implementing the budget or we're monitoring the budget, that type of thing. But as Commissioner Hunthausen indicated, what will be happening over today and the next 2 days after that is you will be getting budget presentations from different offices, elected offices around the county, along with different departments. It's an opportunity for the commissioners and the public to see the information about the budget requests that are being presented. The budgets have already been presented to our CFO, Frank Cornwell, who's sitting here beside me today. He's had a chance to review them, but this is a review process, an opportunity to ask questions. In follow-up to the presentations, we will then, around mid-June, be having, again, all public meetings, all transparent. We will be having a summary meeting where the commissioners will go through the information that's been presented and also any requests for any new spending that might come up during these presentations. In the aftermath of that, you'll get a preliminary budget and then a final budget, which will all be advertised, all be public meetings, and then the final step in the process will be happening in September when the commissioners will approve the mill levies that will come before you. So that's some of the things that will be happening over the next few weeks and months for us. But in the lead up to this meeting, one of the things that we do typically in late January, and we did that this year, is we send out a budget message that has been approved by the county commissioners. And that budget message this year, for instance, requested that everyone who's putting together a budget really focus on a few priorities for us. First of all, we wanted our departments and offices to present budgets that maintain the existing LOS, the existing level of service for programs that we provide to our citizens that have been indicated as being desired and approved by the county commissioners. In addition to maintaining the existing level of service, we wanted to make sure that the budget presentations you receive will also include what we refer to as fixed cost. And Commissioner Hunthausen just spoke to those. The fixed costs are typically provided by our finance officer and by our finance department, and they include any changes to fixed cost, things like insurance, group health insurance, commissioners, which we've been talking about so much, which have been a significant issue for us over the past couple of years. Also, increases in property and casualty insurance. We have that information. We get that insurance from MACO, the Montana Association of Counties. They provided that to us at a meeting just recently. So other fixed costs would include things like the billings for costs that go out for information and technology services, ITS. So in addition to preparing budgets that focus on maintaining existing level of service, we also want your budgets to include fixed cost that will be provided by the finance department. You'll see those included already. Also, commissioners, we wanted to accommodate any unfunded mandates that we know we might be receiving this year. So a good example of one of those is that we're expecting, and you'll hear more about this in Public Works and Planning's budgets, we're expecting for a program called the MS4 program to be applied to Lewis and Clark County probably next fiscal year. And we need to make sure that we're budgeting appropriately for that. Of course, the other things that are included in our budget are some very routine, I don't want to call them routine, but continuing items, such as Frank Cornwell has done revenue projections. So they have been included for the inflationary factors and the new growth. Very roughly, Mr. Cornwell has shared with me that his projections are around 3% for the coming fiscal year that we'll be seeing, which is good news for us because, again, revenue projections go into our budget. And commissioners, I know you know this, but one of the things that we do here in local government is we don't engage in deficit spending. Our revenues are intended to cover our expenditures every year and intended to be done in a very transparent way to our citizens. So I feel very proud of that fact, working in local government, that that's the way that we approach our budgets, right? So in addition to unfunded mandates and maintaining the existing level of service, we also, in the budget message, sent out a request for us to use a methodology that we've used in the past to attempt, as a priority this year with the commissioner's approval, to implement a COLA, a cost of living adjustment. We've been able to do that for many, many years. We think it's a very important priority for our employees. We have almost 400 employees, and we try to implement a COLA. We base it on the Western Region Consumer Price Index that comes out, and this year we focused on a number of 2.13%, again, as Commissioner Hunthausen already mentioned this morning. So that's been factored into the budget. And in amongst all that, commissioners, the other big challenge this year has been for the group health plan. We've had a chance to have some meetings to talk with you all about focusing on strategies that will help us with our claims experiences, which have escalated over the past 3 years. And actually, our claims experience has been more than our rates. So we've implemented a number of strategies over the past few months to deal with that, and more strategies will be implemented this year in the budget that you're going to be presented with. So that's been another priority that we've focused on leading up to the meetings today. And it includes, for instance, a full implementation of the permissive tax levy and an increase based on experience modifications for our partners who join us in our group health plan. So that's been a part of the lead up to today. And the other message that we've sent out throughout the organization and everyone who's presenting budgets is for all of us to exercise and practice discipline when it comes to any request for new expenditures. Not that they are forbidden, but that we really want them to be thoroughly justified and needed. And it'll be part of some of the presentations I'm sure you'll be hearing over the next 3 days. But that's the process that we're embarking upon this morning. You're going to have presentations. It's an opportunity for you to ask questions, commissioners, as Commissioner Hunthausen has already indicated. But that's going to be the result. We're going to go through a number of steps over the next few days, but then over the next several weeks as we go through the summer months here, leading to that final step of implementing the tax levies. And so that's a quick summary of what we're doing and what we're beginning today. And Frank, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Roger. I'd just like to add, I just want to say thank you to all the departments and the amount of work that goes into preparing these budgets. I've been playing part-time interim accounting manager for the past, few months, and thankfully we've got a new accounting manager. So it's been a lot of work on the finance team, having to fill those gaps for accounting, and then also assist with the departments building these budgets. And the departments have been great, very proactive, making a lot of phone calls, doing their due diligence, scheduling meetings and answering questions. And it's just been, this is my 3rd year of doing this. And every year it seems to impress me that how responsive and how much these departments and offices seem to care about what they're doing. And I'd just like to say I really appreciate the work that they do and the help that they provide when it comes to assembling these financial budgets.
Thank you,
Chair
Frank.
Payne.
Any other comments? Andy, Tom?
Nothing more at this point.
Ann, please proceed.
The second portion of my department's budget is the American Rescue Plan Act fund. This fund supports a half-time, or excuse me, 0.65 FTE ARPA program specialist position, and those are the personnel services you see starting with line 36 as the totals. Those budget numbers do include the cost of living increase and the health plan contribution increase. Operations and maintenance, the travel and training is similar to what we saw in the general fund budget. I'll draw your eye to line 52, which is our total remaining ARPA funding for the counties. So this started at nearly $13.5 million back in 2021. We're down to likely around $2 million when we start the new fiscal year, July 1. And then the fixed charges are for that grants and ARPA program specialist position. And you'll note that line 57 includes that technology charge that is now allocated to this fund. Total budget for this portion of the fund is $2,253,984. Again, with the majority of that being on the project side for finishing out our ARPA funded projects.
I have a question. I'm looking at lines 49, 50, and 51, operations and maintenance, and those were not included in the previous budgets, didn't we? Why is that?
They had been included, Commissioner Payne, in the general fund budgets in the past. And as you might recall, our ARPA program specialist was working remotely, our position that left the county at the end of February. For our new employee that's going to be starting June 16th, in that position, I did want to budget for some travel, conferences, professional development training. With the lead up to ARPA ending in December of 2026, I do anticipate there being quite many trainings that are probably going to show up next spring for how to close out those dollars.
Thank you, Ann. I wouldn't want you to think I hadn't looked at this carefully, so thank you.
I had no doubt. Any other questions?
Chair Payne,
Andy?
I didn't hope I didn't interrupt you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ralph, were you
Go
just
ahead.
gonna? Okay,
Go ahead.
just for explanation purposes again, the ARPA funding, as you just mentioned, it's going to be ending in December 2026. Everything has to be buttoned up by then. So we had to obligate funds by the end of 24, and then they have to be those projects have to be completed by the end of 26, and that's why we have folks still on, and that's why we're still paying attention to this grant funding, and it comes with a large number of strings attached and a very complicated process for tracking and then reporting back, and so enough to have somebody 0.6 time just focusing on that and getting back to the Fed. So I just wanted to explain that for people that might say, geez, I thought these were all funds that were allocated and they're out the door. Well, there's a long tail that exists to track these funds and then to report back and to make sure that every dollar has been accounted for. And some of these projects are ongoing. Some will come in under budget, some will come in over budget. We have a little bit of contingency dollars that's built in as part of that to make sure that these projects get completed. Just wanted to make sure that people understand it's a little more complicated than this brief overview. And I want to recognize that, plus maybe explain it a little bit. Go ahead, Ann.
Commissioner Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen, yes, to say it's a little more complicated is maybe an understatement for this. So everything you stated was correct, that we did obligate all of our funds as of the end of December of 2024. We still have approximately 10 projects that are ongoing, they're obligated but not expended. And we are quarterly reporters, as we received over $10 million initially. So every quarter we have to report on those expenditures that happened within that quarter. And as you noted, if they went a little over budget or under budget, we have to tease those numbers out. And the ARPA continues to be our largest federal expenditure every year. So it becomes our single audit major program. And we do this for all our grant programs, but this one we are tracking everything all the way back from the original procurement done all the way through to the end of closeout, especially when we have subrecipients that are also receiving these funds. This program also, and it's not included in this budget because it's outside of our direct allocation of ARPA funding, but we still have 4 active programs or projects through the state's American Rescue Plan, funding that was for water and sewer projects. And this position also helps monitor and make sure that those projects are completed successfully. We had 54 projects initially allocated with our direct allocation, and we had 10 projects with our state ARPA funding. So we're getting that down, but there's still a lot of work to be completed.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Payne.
Thank you, Ann. Tom, do you have something?
Yes, if I might. First of all, FTEs in your department is 3, and it will be 3 going forward. Is that right?
Yes, Commissioner Rolfe, officially it's 2.65 with that ARPA position being a 0.65 position, and that is what we just rehired for.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
But now it'd be going forward, it'll be a full 3. No,
No,
just a 2.
it's still a 2.65 for the department.
So we're going to have just a person on a third.
2/3 time.
2/3 time.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then second, if I might follow up,
Yes.
down on line 52, help me understand the accounting on that between the fiscal year 25 and the actual fiscal year 25 actual. 7 million something, and I know just short of 2 million. What is there some large transactions that need to be completed in the bookkeeping?
Yes, Commissioner. So
but before the end of June?
the way that we've done the ARPA budgeting each year is we've taken whatever the balance is ending at the prior fiscal year and rolling over that entire amount.
Mm-hmm.
Understanding that we're likely not going to spend that entire amount in the coming fiscal year, but just so we have that authority. As I noted, as of last year, there was probably 25 projects that we were still monitoring for, that were still active.
Okay.
And so those amounts are representative of the entire amount of the ARPA that was remaining at the end of the prior fiscal year.
And do they don't show up in the other departments as well, do they?
They do not. We are running everything out of this fund when it's an ARPA funded project.
All right.
Yeah.
Still a little confusing on that. Is there anything you can add, Frank, on that will help me understand why that big change in the numbers there?
Chair Payne, Commissioner, thank you for the question. Yes, it's just like Ann was just explaining it really well. I think it is, we have made the decision to authorize all spending for ARPA every year that we've received it. When we know that amount and we've received it in, we've authorized it to be spent, knowing that we're trying to obligate and spend the money as quickly as possible. And that is the intent of ARPA as well. As you know, it's not something that we're supposed to hold on to. We're supposed to activate it as soon as possible. So the fact that we're rolling over large numbers is within expectation. It is something that I would fully expect considering the size of what ARPA originally was. And as you know, the speed of completing projects can be very intermittent, and we find that it's really prudent to make sure the authority is there to spend it, because you obviously have authorized these to be spent because you've had many meetings on ARPA and obligating all of these funds for these projects. So this is when within expectation. It is a little odd to see it, to see the large $1 million amount, but once the money is spent down, we roll over the remaining amount and we authorize it in the remaining year.
Let me see if I've got it right, okay? At the beginning of the fiscal year, we had 7 million and something that had to be spent, and now at this point in the fiscal year, we only have, what is that, 1.9 million? Is that right? To be spent.
Yes. And Commissioner Rolfe, as Frank was speaking, I was thinking about something with that FY25 budget number of 7 million. That's a snapshot number of what probably around this time last year, it was probably early May. of what that number was remaining.
Mhm.
And there could have been some large expenditures. One of our largest programs or projects is the Fairgrounds project, as you're well aware.
Mhm.
And I think there was a large expenditure that would have hit in the FY24 actually, but it didn't get captured when I presented this budget to you in FY25.
This is money left remaining to be spent. Is that right?
The 2,176,287 is money to be left, to be expended. Yes.
All right.
And that was the number as of the end of April of 2025, when I did our quarterly report actually for January through March. I anticipate that actual number to probably be closer to $2 million come July 1, because projects are still expending currently.
Okay.
So there's probably a 2-month difference from what you see here and what actually the actual is. But the actual, if I understand right, Frank, is what gets rolled over.
Correct. Yep.
All right. I'm going to try. I'll keep looking at it. I may have some more questions later on. Thank you.
Anything else?
Chair Payne, do you mind if I just
No.
would like to say thank
Certainly.
you to Ann and Casey and her team. They have been amazing this year. I know that there's been some challenge. They just remember they had to move. They moved their office over from this building to the Law and Justice
And we
Center.
miss them.
We do miss them as well. Yeah, it was nice that I could just pop into her office and chat. But it's also nice that they have a nice little office over across the street. Ann's help with audit is just unbelievable. It's especially with ARPA, it's a huge lift, and I really, really appreciate that. Not only with ARPA and all, but with all federal reporting. Our auditors spend a lot of time kicking our tires and trying to find us a finding or two there, and they don't seem to find any. So then that comes at the help with Ann's work and her staff. So that's been great. And I'm just going to go down. I have a list. Also, there was a moment this year where federal funding was at a pause, and there was a lot that was going on all at one time. And I remember when there was messages sent out from the federal government that the county was reading them, all the departments were kind of at a really uncertain, unfortunate point when it came to their projected federal revenues. Ann set up a meeting right away. It was Ann, and she said it, I think CGS was part of the meeting, Drenda with the public health. I actually think public works and public safety, everybody, she pulled everybody together, and we had an emergency meeting and talked about what was going to go on, what were our actions. And it was one of those moments where it was, okay, somebody needed to act, and did that. I really, really appreciate that. And also she's been filling in for her ARPA position. So that I kind of feel the same burden. I've been filling in for my accounting manager, and you've been doing the same with your staff. So I understand the burden that puts on you, and that's a lot of stress, and I appreciate that extra work. And also kudos to Casey for keeping us on track with procurement, always making sure that we're following the rules, dotting our I's, crossing our T's. And I really appreciate the work that he's doing there as well. So keep up the good work, and look forward to working with in the future.
Thank you, Frank. I very much appreciate that. And I also want to give a shout out to my staff, Casey Hayes, our purchasing officer, and Carrie Lucahus was our former ARPA program specialist. And they're a fantastic team this past year.
Thank you. You know, it's very important. We're spending the public's money here. So it's fabulous that we have people who take it seriously and can explain it to us. So thank you, Ann. 11 o'clock. It is time for the Superintendent of Schools to present her budget. Come forward, lady. Green button.
There we go. Good morning, Katrina Cheney, County Superintendent of Schools, here to present my budget. I don't have anything to up here. Mine's pretty small. Most of the finances that I deal with are school budgets, which are not included in this. This is just for my office and travel. So there were very little changes for this upcoming year. I did in the past, for the last couple of years, I had 700 sitting in for, for furniture. I think it is under office minor equipment. So that is no longer there. I did finally purchase a new office chair. So that's a zero for this upcoming year. And then I added some money in my travel budget. My travel and budget mainly is traveling to and from schools. So, but I do attend a couple of workshops for my my state association, and that one's going to be in Miles City this next year, and it was in Helena this previous year. So I saved some money this past year by staying at home, and of course didn't need travel for the Helena workshop, and with the trip to Miles City, I thought I might need to add in. If you see that it was 1,900 of my 3,000, that was just in April. I have put in another, I've probably $400 or $500, and then I still have more. So that one will be close to being depleted by the time June is over. So it looks like I've padded it, but I will spend most of that. So nothing else is much different. So do you guys have any questions? I mean, mine is pretty small. I think it's the smallest office budget in the county. So I'm not sure, but I don't have anyone else in my office. That we pay other than me.
I just have one question.
Absolutely.
The line for vehicle parking, that's for you to park out here with the county commissioner?
That is correct.
No, across the street.
No.
Oh, you park out here. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
We all
right
pay-
next to
you.
We all pay that. Yeah. It's
Okay.
right next to me.
So that it's
Yeah.
because it's city property, or
I have no idea. That's been going on since before my time, and
Like, Commissioner, like we do for rent and other things, everything's just line itemed out. So everybody pays that has a parking spot pays for
Okay.
parking. We have some spots over in the parking garage for some folks as well, or different apartments. And it's all just itemized so that everyone knows what we're using the money for, and everybody contributes to the parking as well.
thank you, Andy Hunthausen. Tom, you got anything?
I have a
No.
question,
Tom? I mean, Andy?
if I
Ask a
could.
question.
yes, Commissioner Hunthausen.
Small budget, but very important.
Thank you.
Superintendent, thank you for all the great work that you do. I had, just because I'm thinking about people out there, not that many people probably understand your job or know when you talk about the outlying schools that you attend to, who are they, where are they, how do you support them? I mean, just in general sense. And then, of course, you want to hear about the spelling bee.
Oh, yeah. So in general,
Yeah.
in that first paragraph that I sent in to the county superintendent provides general supervision. So I work with 7 school districts, but the 3 that I call my school districts are on Milford Colony, that's Orchard Creek School. So when I travel there, that just travel alone's an hour to, and then Wolf Creek School, which is right, you see that building when you travel through Wolf Creek, and that's an 80-mile round trip. And then Trinity School, which is in Canyon Creek, is my other one. And we're up to almost 45 students in that school, which I taught there. And when I started, there were 9 students. So we're close to 30 when I ended, but, and started this job. But, so 45 kiddos out there, K through 5th. They have the 2 new school building, 2 new classrooms, and I think we're going to get water this week.
Yeah.
Everybody, do a rain dance or something. We've been waiting over 2 years for water for these 2 new classrooms. They've been, the students have nice classrooms, but the restrooms have not been able to be used, and then they have to travel through the little maze of a building to get for water, to wash hands, go to the bathroom. So I think we're there. So that's probably going to be the most exciting thing that's happened in my job in all year if that water turns on this week. So anyway, so that I spend quite a bit of time back and forth there with that many students. I attend IEP meetings, occasionally sub. Went to the end of the year program last week. Then I also go to the larger districts, like I was in Augusta last week for their board meeting to take the oath of their new trustees. That's another thing that county superintendents do. Homeschool. I spend a lot of time talking to parents on the phone all the way up to about a week ago. We were still having kids homeschooling for that. Probably 2 weeks ago, I had 7 or 8 parents that I would speak with. And mainly that's just a chance for me to use my elected official listening skills because people want to, if they're pulling their students out in May, there's an issue. There's something going on where they just want to talk. So almost 600 students are being homeschooled in our county. And then another almost 600 in private school. So I don't do a lot with the private school. I take their numbers. That my office is a place to hold numbers. So there's a lot with numbers in my in my job. So
And then all the certificates come through.
and then all the teaching certificates come through my office, so that when I reach out in January to all the teachers in the county whose certificates are going to be expiring June 30th. So it's about 20% of the teachers, because every 5 years a teacher needs a new teaching license. And then I do the county, I put it all together, the county spelling bee, and our pronouncer, the person that, the big job, Siobhan Hathaway, who is, she has been the board chair for Helena schools. And I got to take her oath this week and hug her and say, can you do it one more time for me? Can you come in? So, and she said, absolutely. So there's little connections around that with school districts and even these large ones. And then transportation, that's another big part of my job, is I'm the transportation chair of the county for the schools. And so we'll hold a meeting in June to accept all of those bus routes, and their bus routes come to me. Before their funds are received, I need to approve everything that goes through the bus route. So that's being done right now. Twice a year that's done for each semester. I don't know if I'm missing anything else or not, but the schools are that's where I feel like my heart is for those rural schools, having been a rural school teacher, but I enjoy the mix of everything else. Every day's different. So it's kind of fun.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Very much worth the
Mhm.
explanation. You do a lot, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Tom?
No, I just would echo what Commissioner Henhausen said. I think it's
Frank,
a fun job.
Frank has some.
one person to accomplish all that you do.
Frank,
Chair Payne, Commissioners, thank you. Again, Katrina, thank you for all the hard work you do and I know we don't work together a ton. It's pretty much budget season. And then the other big item that we're working on is setting the mills for the schools and how that affects our tax bills. This year, just as a notice for Katrina and the commissioners, as a reminder, I think you've been notified of this, but we are expecting a delay in our mill levies this year when it comes to the valuations and other things. More to come. We're going to learn more about this from, I think, or Mako is going to do some presentations and give us some more detail as to what happened during the session. But it is very interesting to see what has happened. It is very significant, and it is going to have a significant impact on Trina's calculations on her mills and along with ours as well. Just a heads up, it's more of a administrative burden. It doesn't really impact our revenues. It just ends up impacting how we calculate mills. So it will delay things, and I want to say thanks to the Department of Revenue folks, because I'm sure they are feeling the pressure as to implementing these new
Sure they
laws.
are.
So thank you,
But
Katrina.
that's still just should any of my schools hear this, that doesn't mean that your school budgets are not due when they've always been due. That's, I have to keep poking and prodding sometimes to get those in September. But, Anne, back to Anne, for the previous presenter. Anne's been very helpful to me, and it was always nice to have her around because I also do some grant writing. So mine's fairly easy compared to hers. I've done a couple of big ones, and I just said, I don't know how you do this every day. But I did get my REAP, which is Rural Education Association program. I have not seen it. Usually I've finished that by March or April. It came through last week, and I completed all three of those or two of my schools receive it. And one for that little Hutterite colony was $27,000. So I was sweating that until I received that information. So I was glad. Anything else? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for all you do.
The Criminal Justice Services. Ooh, we are running early. That's not a problem for you? Okay. Kelly, do you think?
Good morning, Chair Payne, Commissioners. Before you today is the Department of Criminal Justice Services proposed 2026 fiscal year budget. This budget has been planned with input from our staff, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, the Citizens Advisory Committee, and the county's finance department. This budget ensures the department can continue to carry out the work set forth by the voters in the 2017 operations levy and meet all deliverables required by our various grant funders. Since December 2017, the department has endeavored to reduce the number of individuals in the detention center, address the behavioral health needs of system-involved individuals, establish and implement data-driven voter-mandated programs, forge relationships across the criminal justice spectrum, actualize a robust strategic planning initiative, and assist our partners in implementing evidence-based criminal justice practices. So my general summary, the personnel budget includes a COLA, step increases, and health plan contribution increase. To better support our criminal justice partners and system stakeholders, the Sheriff's Office has transferred two 2017 detention center operations levy budget FTEs from their line to CJS's line. That was a lot of words, but basically in the levy, the Sheriff's Office transferred two of their positions that have been unused to our section of the levy budget. These two FTEs are specific to the levy, addressing jail diversion and comprehensive data management. All other staffing levels remain static with 12 original FTEs, the two FTEs transferred within the levy, and a one-year temporary employee assuming the duties of the two defunct AmeriCorps Vista positions. Total FTE is 14 plus a temporary employee. The department is organized into three divisions. We have our administrative, that's the data initiative, the CJCC, CAC, communications, research, reports, and we have a 5% increase over the fiscal year 2025 budget. In behavioral health, that's our detention center-based therapist, licensed addiction counselor, case manager, education and transition coordinator, MAP Bridges program, and other behavioral health programming. and this is a 14% increase over fiscal year 25. For court services, it's our pretrial services program, our PASS program, which is misdemeanor probation, and arrest diversion, prosecution diversion, early childhood intervention, and other diversion programming. And you see an 18% increase over fiscal year 25. This budget includes an overall revenue of $1.8 million and responsibly manages our reserves to ensure fidelity to the CJCC and CAC goals and objectives. In the O&M, or operations and management portion of the budget, we have an increase of $3,000 for minor equipment to purchase office furniture. We have an increase of $500 in operating supplies for pretrial officer specific supplies. We have an increase of $168 in postage box rent, and that's a fixed cost. An increase of $2,000 for printing for the annual report, quarterly newsletters, and program-specific brochures. An increase of $1,200 in publicity subscription dues for web-based programs necessary for public-facing dashboards and web page publications. An increase of $2,711 in telephone and answering service, and again, that's a fixed cost. An increase in $12,505 in travel and training budgets to ensure all staff receive the continuing education units, or CEUs, required by their positions, licenses, and certifications throughout the year. And an increase of $136,000 in other purchases and contract services to execute the spend down plan authorized for the Bureau of Justice Assistance COSUP grant. That is our MAP Bridges grant. That is a federally funded, and that's where those dollars come from, is from that grant, and we need to do that spend down. And then we have a decrease in office supplies and professional services budgets based on review of the 2024 expenses and need. For our fixed charges, there's a 4% overall increase for fixed charges totaling $6,885. And other financing are transferred to other funds. $5,000 to the department's vehicle-specific CIP, $15,000 to the software CIP, and $10,000 transfer to public health for the behavioral health systems improvement leadership. And that concludes my overview. I have more pretty slides.
You have what?
More pretty slides.
Oh, no, I don't want to slide. I want to look at your
Okay.
table of figures, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I'm looking, this report doesn't have line numbers. Okay. In the top third, where it's still green,
Yes.
there is a line that says revenues, other financials, interfund transfers. Where are you transferring that money from and to?
The intergovernmental revenues.
No?
No.
Chair Payne,
Yeah,
if I may,
excuse me. Yeah,
I'm sorry about
it's
that.
a number thing. Yeah.
It's an, I can fill in
Thank you.
that is the offset that the departments receive to offset their health insurance costs. So that is provided by the permissive levy.
And yeah, my question had to do, okay, it's interfund. I'd like to know where the fund is going. So similarly, down at the bottom of the page under operations and maintenance, under 3910, other purchase / contract services, your budget is for $332,000. And for the last, for 24-25, the actual was 72,000. That seems like a huge, increase.
It does. So I can tell you that specifically addresses those funds from the Federal Bureau of Justice Assistance grant for our MAP Bridges program. That is a federal grant, and the spend down is expected by September 30th. We have a spend down plan for those funds. So that's a grant funded expenditure that we did not have prior.
And now you need to spend it before September 1st?
Before September 30th, and it's specific to our MAP Bridges program, which is medication-assisted treatment for opioid misuse disorders. We have the grant. We have been using that grant wisely for about 5 years, and we're coming to the end of that grant. We have some funds that need to be expended, and we have submitted our plan for those expenditures. They have been approved by the Bureau of Justice Assistance. I don't know all of off the top of my head, all of the expenditures, but I do know that one is for Narcan. Currently in our community, we're struggling to have Narcan. We had first responders, paramedics stop by our office and ask if we had any Narcan, and we did not. We do not. You may remember we have 2 vending machines that dispense free Narcan for anybody who wants it, one in the courthouse, one in the Law and Justice Center. Those have been empty for several months with a sign that says no Narcan available. We were getting Narcan from the state. They no longer have any. So we have worked with with Casey Hayes and Grants and Procurement to find a source to purchase that Narcan. And a part of those funds will go to purchase that Narcan.
Thank you. The second line from the bottom under expenses, it's other financing uses, and it's transfers to other funds, and budget for 2024 was 247,376, and the budget for this year is 15,000. Why is that significantly lower?
Other finance, I see that.
Or is this something we should talk to Frank about? Frank?
I don't have that in my notes.
Chair Payne, I believe that might be a reduction. There was, you were doing transfers to public health that have gone away. I don't remember the specific reason, and it has been either the program went away or it's been reduced. You probably know.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. So that was transfers to the sheriff's office. And that was for, again, for this grant that we have from Bureau of Justice Assistance for the MAP Bridges program. Part of the funding from that grant goes to pay for staffing in the detention center. And we will no longer be doing it that way. They're paying the sheriff's office directly instead of paying us and then having us transfer those funds. So the money is still coming into the county, but
Who is they?
They would be the Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA. It's a federal grant for our MAP Bridges program. We had budgeted for those funds to come to our department, and then we would disperse them. It was easier for the sheriff's office to bill for their portion directly. So you do see that 247,000. That was the sheriff's portion.
Okay. And one other, speaking of the sheriff, the 2 FTEs that are being transferred from the detention center operations levy budget to your department so you can have more bodies to do the work. Can you show me where that shows up in your budget? Or do you know?
It shows up in several places in our budget. For the one position will be specifically under our diversion side of things. So a managing officer who will be post-certified as both a misdemeanor probation officer and a pretrial officer. So you see the expense in the salaries that has gone up, but we also had to make sure that we were expensing that across our budget. So travel and training has gone up a bit. Office supplies, or actually office supplies went down, but office furniture, we needed to account for that. It went across the budget for diversion services. And the other position is will be a data analyst position, really focusing on making sure we're getting all of the data across the criminal justice system and getting that out to the community. So we needed to budget expense for that salary and for, again, office furniture, travel training, all of those. That's why all of those went up just a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense, and I appreciate your explanation. And that is the end of my little notes on questions for you. Tom, do you have anything?
Let's talk. I'm trying to get it in my head where we are on FTEs.
Yes.
Last year's budget versus this year.
Yes. So last year we had 12 FTE.
Okay.
That's for fiscal year 25, 12 FTE. And fiscal year 26, I am proposing with the sheriff's transfer 14 FTE. So we're taking 2 from them and adding it to ours.
And then we're doing a temporary employee that doesn't get the health care and whatnot.
They do get health care. They get the benefits. However, it's a 1-year temporary employee, so it is not considered a full-time equivalent. So I just put temporary, 14 plus 1 temporary employee, but they do receive county health care.
And if I might follow up.
Go ahead, Tom.
And can you help me? Again, I know we talked about this at the meeting as the other day. Where's that extra money for the temp? Where's that coming from?
So that is coming from our levy funds.
Levy fund.
Yes. And that position was going to be 2 AmeriCorps Vistas. We had successfully, applied for those 2 AmeriCorps positions. We had been granted those, and then we don't now have 2 AmeriCorps positions. So what we did was combine those 2. One of the projects is a diversion program. It's a law enforcement assisted diversion program. So really diverting people from being arrested. If somebody's called out, not in a crisis situation, but call for service, that officer can, instead of the situation escalating and needing to take that person to the jail, the officer will be given some tools and including perhaps a nonprofit in the community that can come and kind of take their place. Address the individual, get the individual into maybe some food or a safe place to stay. So de-escalating that situation and getting that individual into services, ongoing services, so that police are not called out again. So that's that diversion. We want to keep those people out of the jail to begin with. The other project is one that is in our levy that we promised the voters we would do complete, and that is an early childhood intervention program. So we want that research, we want that designed, we want to make sure that we're expending the dollars we promised the voters towards that specific program, which is early childhood intervention. And this, I keep referring to her as our Vista. She's not our Vista, but she'll be our temporary employee.
So one person, one temp to cover both of them.
Correct.
Or at least a portion of what the 2 would have done.
She will, she will complete both of those.
Thank you.
Andy, do you have some questions?
Chair Payne, believe it or not, I might have something.
I figured you would.
Kelly, good to see you. Thanks. Yeah, just to comment on the last discussion there. I just got back from Rapid City, South Dakota, and I had the opportunity to spend an afternoon with their Care Campus program.
Isn't that fabulous?
It's really
Oh my
amazing.
gosh.
So they have a diversionary program that is what was just being described, and it's where the officers on the street, and they have some officers that really work with the street, what we call our street outreach program.
Right.
And they know everybody that's out there. And for these minor infractions, I'll call them, might be
Trespassing.
sleeping in a park
Yeah.
or trespassing, or maybe, those kinds of things, being intoxicated in public or something like that, where they get called. They really have the discretion to try and get them help and services versus ticketing them and taking them through the criminal justice process. And it's really been successful there. They've been having some really good outcomes, and their program is quite large and really supported. So anyway, I just think it's great that these two vistas that we had, that money was already allocated for that purpose, and we're combining them now, the majority of it, and using it for this temporary position. I think that was a great alternative. And then just back to kind of your existence, the essentials of your existence and your department's existence. Back in 2017, the voters approved the jail renovation as well as your department. And really what we're trying to do and what we said we would do was exactly what you have described here, address behavioral health issues in detention, try and get people through and out of the detention system that are experiencing behavioral health issues, as well as try to divert people from the system or have alternatives for the judges and our system operators so that they can assign people to your department for supervision or engagement, I'll call it, until their day in court rather than sitting in the detention center. And so I think we're doing what we said we were going to do, but this next step and this next couple of years is going to be really important, in that now is when we're really getting our ducks in a row in terms of data systems that are able to capture the proper data and engage with all the different systems that are out there, and then be able to put that in a form that the public and the voters that started this whole thing for us can really see. Are we being successful? How are we being successful? What kinds of people and infractions, I guess, are we deterring from the system, and is that being successful in that sense? And I think we're going to be able to do that well. I'm encouraged about it. I think that this was a good move in terms of saying we had these FTEs already there in the sheriff's department and detention center. They weren't being utilized fully in that manner, so to take them and utilize them in more of this diversionary processes, I think is great. So I'm happy for that, and I'm looking forward to where we go over the next year or two. And thanks for explaining that, because it looks like as you went down the list, it's just increase.
I know
It's the transfer of those two positions, and then now in your budget and the increases that'll need to be there in order to accommodate those two positions. That's really what you're describing, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Chair Payne.
Yes. Thank you, Andy. Anything?
Chair Payne, I'd like to add another budget that had an incredible amount of work that Kelly and Jillian put into it. I know that I've been seeing Kelly a lot the last 3-4 months. She's been very diligent in trying to find solutions for jail diversion, and like Commissioner Hunthausen was mentioning, it is incredibly important that we are capturing and analyzing the data of her successes so we can measure those successes. whether we like it or not, she is attached at the hip with the sheriff's office in the detention center. And I think if you were to talk to the sheriff, and we have, he is in full support of these FTE moving over from the detention center and getting and working on jail diversion, and also measuring the successes of this mill. Essentially, we're measuring the successes of this mill it's set to sunset in 7 years, I believe. So 30, 32, 31, 32. And we need to be ready for that time. When that time comes, we need to have the data, and we need to be able to communicate to the citizens as to what has happened the last 15 years. And I think, Kelly, by making this move, this is going in the right direction. So much appreciated.
Thank you.
Our friends in Public Works explained it as being shovel ready. Get it all ready, because when the time comes, we want to be first in line. So glad to see that you're doing that. Anything else, Kelly? Roger, did you have anything?
May I ask
Certainly,
a
Tom.
question? We've already had the problem with some funding drying up for those Vista people. Are any of your other programs potentially in jeopardy?
Chair, commissioners, at this time, no. We're always concerned, and we always keep an eye on all of our grant funding. The federal grant funding that we have from Bureau of Justice Assistance remains. And that's in no small part to the dedication of your behavioral health staff. Jillian Denisi is here with me, and she has been diligent in making sure everything is as it should be, and making sure we get that funding. And that has been approved, so we're good there. There was some concern about one of our state grants for our pretrial services program, but that looks like it has passed. So we'll continue to receive that grant funding for pretrial. But that's, our funding right now is solid. The one thing that we lost were our 2 AmeriCorps Vista positions. And we'll stay focused.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Chair.
Keep up the good work.
Commissioners.
Well, the time has come. Lunch break. Is there anything else we need to do before lunch? And after lunch, we will do Clerk of the District Court starting at 1 o'clock. So anybody else have anything they want to say? Okay. All right. Well, we will take a recess until 1 o'clock. Afternoon, call this meeting back to order after our lunch. First on our agenda is the world famous Clerk of the District Court. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Chair Payne. Yes?
Is this your first budget
Yes.
presentation in your new job?
It is my very first.
Well, I tell you what, this is the first one I've ever chaired, so we'll learn together.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You just go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Payne, Commissioners. My name is Lisa Callio. I'm the current Clerk of District Court in Lewis and Clark County. I'm here to present my 2026 fiscal year budget. Not much change from last year, except the 2.13 cost of living adjustment, step increases in health insurance. I am requesting a $2,000 addition to my training budget, as I believe my clerks could use additional training outside of the office. I'm decreasing my contract services to hopefully adjust for that. And I am not sure what the capital contribution is, but it remains the same at $5,000. Any questions?
What kind of contracted services are you
The
getting rid of?
contracted services that I currently use is shredding of our old documents once they get digitized. That's the only thing I have right now.
Okay, and we're not going to
Not-
shred them?
Nope, we are not going to dip into that. If any other, I have quite an extensive contracted services budget, so taking away from that is not going to take away from my shredding.
Well, I did a tour one time with your predecessor up into the attic of the district court and was just appalled at the thousands of boxes stored up there. If that ever started on fire.
Those boxes, we have a very small section of boxes in our cage. Those
Yeah.
are not ours. We have books upstairs, which I'm hoping when the committee gets the budget for, hard to think, the restoration or the storing of old documents and digitizing and getting that up and running, we can get those out and in a safe place.
Okay. Any questions?
Sure, heck. Just for
We
fun.
have to wait till Frank gets here and or Roger, and he got caught by a train. So
You started early without him.
no,
we don't
we
have to.
didn't. We're on time. Roger is going to take a significant, we're going to beat up on him or something. I don't know. Anyway. Up. Tom, you've got a question?
Oh, no change in my full-time employees. Thank you for not using acronyms because I don't know them and I appreciate. How many full-time employees? I have 15 full-time employees. Nope, I'm 16.
Okay, all right.
But there's no changes. They're all full-time.
Okay, all right.
Chair Payne.
Andy?
Clerk of Court. Hi, nice
Hi.
to see you. Welcome and all that stuff. Thanks for going over things. Just a clarification of the CIP, probably saving for things like copy machine and.
You're paying Commissioner, that is correct. It's very small.
Yeah,
simple.
small. So
Basic one,
about
yeah.
5,000 every year we put away for eventual, replacement of
Capital
some of that.
improvement projects?
Correct.
Commissioner Payne, commissioners, thank you for
Yeah.
filling me in on what those things mean.
That's one clarification. Other than that, I just want to, it's a great time to get to chat about what you do because you do really important work and your staff does really important work and they often do not receive enough praise for all of the hard work they do because keeping that place organized, which is for a simple layperson like me not understanding it all, but that's really what you guys do. You guys are the glue that keeps everything together. And so just a little bit about what you do. I mean, counting you, 16 employees, but there's a lot of not only paperwork and transactions that come through your office, but you do a lot of work with each one of the courts as well. Just a little bit about that so that people understand what you do.
Chair Payne, commissioners, yes, we have 16 employees. We have 6 front room employees that deal directly with the public. They process paperwork from pro se people. They don't have attorneys. They open new cases, do marriage licenses, adoptions. They open new criminal cases. They deal with attorneys who file things by e-filing. They process every piece of paper that comes through our office for many different types of cases. We have a lead worker who checks their work every day and does the training, and we have a supervisor who supervises the front office plus the upstairs people, make sure they all are glued together, so to speak, keep being the glue. We have a jury person who does everything jury. She sends out, in fact, she just sent out 10,000 jury summonses for the next year. She fields all phone calls, calls all the in to serve for jury, and make sure they get excused properly, make sure they show up, make sure they have everything they need. We have 5 scheduling clerks who work directly in the courtrooms with the judges. They schedule all their hearings, they process their orders, they act as bailiffs during jury trials. And who am I missing? Yeah, and we have a standing master who also has a scheduling clerk.
Right.
And other duties as assigned.
And everybody has other duties as assigned. So.
Yeah, it's great. If I could just ask one more.
One more.
Bring up a point, please. So you brought up the records and digitizing and all of that, and the committee that you and I have done for a couple of years, discussing how we as a county can work on records, storage, retention, and archiving, and all of those kinds of things. So that's been a process. We had a third party come in and do an assessment of what we have, including the storage space at the fourth floor of the courthouse, and where things are stored, what we might need in the future. And so we have that report back now, and Roger can speak to it more fully because he's really been the lead on this, but it's been quite a process, and I'm hopeful that a combination of a place to store some of those important things, as well as digitizing of as many as we can, that we'll have kind of a clarified record storage processing system going into the future, and then hopefully a home for much of our record keeping. I don't know, we were just talking about that a little bit. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that project.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Roger Baltz. I'm the CAO for the county. And Chair Payne and commissioners, yes, that project, Commissioner Hunthausen, we actually had a meeting last week when you were out of the office for a few days and brought everyone together to talk about that. We're focused on that 9 acres of property that we call the Fairgrounds Annex property, and the next steps forward to look at evaluating all of those buildings out there. There is a report that dates back to 2014 where a master planning process occurred. We pulled that report out and looked at it, and it had an analysis of all the buildings at that time, but since it's 11 years old now, the working group thought it would make sense for us to look into determining the actual condition of all of those buildings out there. And if you can, in your mind's eye, visualize the building that's on the western end of that property, that's the big empty building. Under Sheriff Colbert joined us for the meeting as well, too, and the sheriff's office has an interest in that building for maybe storing their command vehicle in the future. But I see Kevin Tenney's in the audience here today too, and we've spoken a little bit with Kevin about whether there might be some use of that for his needs as well. But I understand that might not necessarily be the case as we sit here today. So I'm saying all of that to say that the working group that's working on this, what we're calling the record storage and archive project, has really been focusing on this 9-acre piece of property, which we're leasing 7 acres of it to the state of Montana right now until 2028. But we've already let them know that we do not intend to renew that lease, that we want to recover that property for the needs of the county, whatever they might be, and focus on possibly using the existing buildings as possible buildings that could be used for the county's storage needs, or possibly building something additional out there in the way of some basic cold storage or even climate controlled storage for the future. And commissioners, in the budget this year, if you'll remember for the past couple of years, you've approved in capital projects under the county commissioners $1 million toward this project. And we're anticipating including that again this year with your approval for you to consider approving so we can keep working on this project. So Commissioner, I hope that answers some of your questions, just about a quick overview. The next steps are the working group would like to have the buildings structurally evaluated to determine whether it is time well spent to try to rehabilitate any of them or simply knock them down, and it would be more efficient to start over with something new.
Yeah, no, great, thank you. Yeah, I did know most. I wanted the public to know, and how it ties into our clerk of court and all the great work she's doing. So thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Roger. Actually, I have a couple of questions on your numbers. This is on the first page of the numerical printout. And up under revenues, the bottom line says other financial. And last year it was 51,258, and now it's 100,000 more for this budget. Can you explain?
I'm not, Chair Payne, commissioners, I'm not sure where you're looking. Can I look at that? Thank you.
Do you not have this? I highlighted the part I'm talking about.
To that.
Oh,
What is it?
there's Kyle.
Frank, can I borrow you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, under other financials, it went from 103,000 to 154,000. That's the line we're looking at. That includes the health insurance permissive levy increase this year. So that's the significant.
That's
increase.
what the other financials is. You can see
Yep.
why I'm curious. I mean,
Yeah.
inquiring minds want to know this stuff.
Thank you.
And then there's another, I highlighted something else at the bottom. What does that, can you read it?
Other financing uses?
Eh,
Hold on one second. My apologies.
okay,
Chair
bring
Payne.
it back.
Oh, so that's
Frank understands.
your
My writing is, yes.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, your the difference between, oh, I see what you're saying here. Okay. The budgeted last year was her budget was due to have $89,000 more expenditures than revenues. Currently, they are at $240 or $274,000 below their revenues with expenditures, and that's due to the timing of when taxes are received in. So the taxes, her revenues, she hasn't received her revenues in yet. Actually,
Thank you.
most of the county has not received their mill levy, their second half of their mill levy taxes. That actually is due to start coming in early June when we start seeing those revenues. So you'll see that get much more closer in line as to what the budget budgeted ending.
But I'm also going to see it in other budget presentations.
You will, yes. When we're looking at those actuals numbers, their revenues will be specifically their taxes line item will be about half of what they typically receive in a year.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have no more questions. Tom, do you have any questions?
I don't see anything right offhand.
Andy?
Thank you.
It was suggested that I ask for public comment after these presentations. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, then let's move to the
Thank you.
Fairgrounds budget.
Good afternoon, Chair Payne, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Tenney. I'm the Fairgrounds Manager, and I'm here to present my fiscal year 26 budget. What you have before you as far as FTEs is myself, an accounting tech, a 3/4 time administrative support position, and 5 full-time maintenance positions. Budget expenses under general operations are increased by $45,632. The increase is largely due to the $125,000 that we do have budgeted for a new facility to replace the facility that burnt down a couple months ago. Projected revenues for our general operations is $1.5 million, which is roughly the same as fiscal year 2025. And it also does include an operating transfer from the county all-purpose fund of $50,000. Stampede and Fair, our projected revenue is little over $1 million, which is actually a decrease of $175,000. The decrease in revenue is due to the fact that we are only holding 2 concerts as opposed to the 4 that we held last year. Same with our expenses. Our expenses have decreased about $179,000, also mainly due to the cutting. Everything else is roughly the same as it has been in the past years. That budget for Stampede and Fair reflects a net income of $141,895. We temporarily can have a freeze on our capital CIP projects due to the $125,000 we're budgeting. So Frank.
Okay. Frank and I discussed this earlier, how this worked. I served for a time on the fair board, and what a fascinating project. And they make money out there to pay for their own way. This is, I don't know how you do it, but
Well, thank you. I mean, we do get some help with the taxes, but compared to other fairgrounds, we're pretty low on that side of things. So, so like I said, we do have the 80 by 60 building, which would suffice for what we lost, but would also leave for growth as the years come by. This would get us by with what we need now. And we also did budget it for arena panels and tables and chairs because we need those every year. But overall, the budget presented to you would leave the fairgrounds with a surplus of $161,904.
do we have questions? Andy?
Chair Payne. Mr. Tanney, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I hope that this next year's not as eventful from the perspective of fires and things.
You're right.
A lot of events out there, but not these kind. Yeah. So I just wanted to catch up opportunity to tell people about the cleanup, how that's going, and then are you anticipating the new building going on the same site as the old one approximately, or is there other changes? Just what might people see coming this next year?
Chair Payne, Commissioners. Yes, right now the plan would be to put it on the existing foundation, which it's actually smaller than the foundation that is there. So that would leave room for growth if needed in the future. Cleanup plans kind of got stalled. The contractor met with the landfill, thought they were given approval to bring everything in, showed up and found out they weren't. I finally was able to find out from Energy Labs, so we had to do some testing. Energy Labs told me they would have those reports to me today, which I will then get to the landfill, and then hopefully in the next 2 days, they can go finish cleaning up. They have pulled out all the vehicles and equipment that was there, but there's still quite a bit of scrap there.
They just have to check for toxic waste and those things.
Right. So yeah, we're just waiting on that from Energy Labs. And like I said, I spoke with them today, made the payment, and they should have the results to us today.
Good. And then along those same lines, last year got going on the pavement project, the parking lots and all that, and anticipating another big year. Is that still, are we on target?
We are on target for that. They're going to do the West Side Plaza, which is just a small portion towards the very beginning of July. Take them a couple days, and then the main road, Silsby, those other side roads will all be completed sometime after fair. Which after driving here today, I can't wait because I think I darn near blew a tire on that main road. So
pretty rough, yeah. So that'll happen after fair.
The main part, yeah, they're going to do a small chunk before.
Okay, great, thank you.
Tom,
people would be interested.
Do you have any questions for him?
No, I think kind of.
Of course I
gone through it. I get to go through this and take a look at it earlier. So pretty much what we talked about.
Kevin, I'm looking over your numbers, and on the last page, there is a fixed charge for the state bed tax. And this is probably a Frank question. Why in the heck are we paying bed tax?
Chair Payne, I actually can add, we do pay a tax because we have a campground. And those fees, we do have to pay the Department of Revenue quarterly.
Okay, that's, inquiring minds want to know. When I see these things, I'm glad that you knew. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Any questions, Frank or Roger?
Chair Payne and Commissioners, it's not a question, but Kevin, is the Rocket Playground holding up okay for us out there? Because I think our commissioners have had a pretty heavy interest in that in the past.
The Rocket is still going strong, and the foundation, the Fairgrounds Foundation, is actually currently looking for grants to upgrade the entire playground.
Chair
Right.
Payne, if I could add just some kudos after that fire and knowing all you're going through all your health issues and there was a lot going on at a inopportune time, and I really appreciate your due diligence, the fact that you really work closely with Marni, who oversees our insurance pool and all of the transactions in and out of there. I have to say that Kevin worked really, really hard, and it was really impressive to see the stuff that he was buying with his insurance funds. He was going out, finding trucks that were $11,000 for a large long bed working truck, which is just unbelievable that he was even able to do that. I think he found 3 of them for that amount a piece, or 2 of them that, and really utilize those insurance funds wisely. And I really appreciate that. That makes my job a whole lot easier. And it really just helps out our insurance pool a ton. So I really appreciate that. And thank you for your due diligence there.
Thank you very much.
Good job. Anything else? Is there any public comment or questions? Never mind. Thank you, Kevin. As I stated earlier, my work on the Fair Board, I'm just impressed with how that whole operation runs. And I also liked working at the fairgrounds out there at being introduced as a special, whatever the heck it was, but it was a great day. Thank you. I believe, what, you think we're done, right? So endeth the sermon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, emergency management. Come on up, Tile.
Just 1 minute here. Right, thank you. Chair Payne, Commissioners, my name is Kyle Sturgill Simon. I'm the Emergency Manager for Lewis and Clark County. Thanks for waiting for what is actually a very short presentation here. This is the budget for the Emergency Management Program. There we go. We're not anticipating any changes to personnel. We've included the potential 2.13 cost of living adjustment, step increases, and the health contribution increase. Small changes to our operations and maintenance include a little bit of an addition to our gas and oil. We find that we're using our truck to go visit a lot more of our partners more often. Just want a little bit more budget to cover that. Also an addition for software agreements for Adobe Pro for some of our documentation management. We find ourselves printing a little bit more than before, so just a small increase to our printer expenses. And then last year we had $8,000 in our minor equipment that was going to be used as match, but that grant's no longer available. So we don't have the means of spending that and reduce that on our budget.
In terms of fixed charges, the Emergency Operations Center, we have a lease with the airport that we increased just 2 years ago, and that goes up by 2% each year, so that's an increase of $93. And then probably the major ask in our budget isn't for anything additional, but it's a change to our capital improvement plan. Currently, those funds are set aside for a smart board that we have in our Emergency Operations Center. That actually broke. We weren't able to get any support, IT support from the place that we purchased it from. And reviewing our operations in the Emergency Operations Center in general, we decided that it'd be better spent if we had more communications equipment than the TV type setup in there, because we have the means of borrowing those if we need to. And so the ask in there is to change the designation of our capital improvement funds from the smart board to radio and or satellite communications equipment.
Kyle, I had a question. Will there be a difference in the cost or the maintenance? So the ongoing costs if you move to this other tool?
Chair Payne, great question. Thankfully, no. So when we looked into that, a new handheld radio that we would be able to use to talk to Public Works or any of our first responder partners, it's running about $3,500 to $4,500 a piece. We currently only have one radio. And so the capital improvement plan funds that we have currently, we'd probably buy a couple of different pieces of equipment, and then we would be able to either fix them or buy new ones pretty regularly. So it worked out well with the amount that we're currently contributing.
Is there a place for just a cell phone in this communication issue, or is that not dependable enough?
Chair Payne, cell phones are covered in our telephone answering service line, which stays pretty steady. Okay. So both of us in the program have work cell phones. We're also signed up for another free federal program that allows us to preempt phone calls during disasters. So it makes it a little bit more reliable during disasters. And then the backup, radio wise, we have one handheld radio that allows us to communicate with dispatch, first responders. We also have a ham radio set up for amateur radio at the Emergency Operations Center. And potentially changing the capital improvement plan would allow us to add satellite connectivity as well.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Any questions, Andy?
Yes, Chair Payne. Mr. Sturgill Simon, how are you?
Chair Payne, Commissioner, I'm doing well. Thank you.
Good. We rely pretty heavily on a partnership with state DES. And right. And so you haven't heard any rumblings about concerns about the grant funding and the money coming down. I don't know how much of their funding is federal being passed through, and if there's any concerns about that, anything you've heard?
Yes. Yes. So we've been in communication with state DES because they're obviously a large partner for us. And unfortunately, a lot of the concerns are that there is not a lot of information available. Yeah. So some of the grants that we usually rely on, we just haven't heard yet whether or not there's going to be a decrease or if they're going to be available at all.
That will be a future. I mean, the one that we approved this year has already been through the processor.
Chair Payne, Commissioner, yes. So the emergency management preparedness grant, performance grant rather, we did submit an application for that. The federal notice of funding hasn't been received by the state just yet. So they did warn us, the state office did warn us to expect a reduction in available funds. We just don't know how much for sure. Similarly, the county has applied for state homeland security grant funds. And while that program hasn't been nixed, the notice of funding hasn't been released for that either.
Bit up in the air then still. Well, thanks for all you do. Really appreciate the work that you do. And
Tom, do you have any questions?
Comment, it seems like you run a tight ship and financially it's strong. You haven't asked for a bunch of extra money. And I think in these times it's we've got to be cautious about anything extra we spend for our taxpayers. And so appreciate the way you're running it.
Chair Payne, Commissioner, thank you. I think the biggest asset that we have is that we have 2 personnel in our emergency management program. That's a big thing for the county. Just in today, even we're double booked, and the ability to go to 2 different community briefs at the same time means that we can cover that much more ground. And when we do need things, we beg, borrow, or steal them.
All right.
Thanks.
Kyle, thank you, Tom. I was at, it might have been the meeting in Augusta, and they were talking about they were not receiving information and feedback from the Federal Forest Service, and it was concerning these particular people because if an emergency fire comes up, it's important to communicate. Do you know anything about that? Is there anything we should be doing?
Chair Payne, in terms of communication with federal agencies, it has been a little bit harder, either due to vacancies in positions that we were used to working with before, or a bit of a downturn in communications from different agencies. We're trying to amp up our efforts on our side to kind of counteract that. And during emergencies, usually it's a little bit easier to get the information that we need. But I do know that some of the general day-to-day information sharing has been reduced.
Well, that's too bad, but I'm glad that you're aware of it. Any further questions, comments? Frank, anything?
Chair Payne, just quickly, I would just like to thank Kyle for the probably weekly, not daily, game theory sessions that we get to have. His world is an interesting world. It's as you can tell by his budget, it doesn't change much as long as things stay status quo, and it's fairly predictable. However, we are holding our breath as to what's going to happen from the federal level or and state level. So I just want to make sure that you guys know that we do meet regularly to talk about potential changes, whether it's, we talked, this it probably won't happen, but what if the federal funds just were dumped on the local governments, and what would we do? How would we react? And those are the kind of things that we talk about during these meetings. And I think I get a lot from them. It really keeps me thinking and challenged from this perspective. You kind of take for granted that, we do a good job of maintaining status quo and just kind of clicking along, but we have a potential for an event in the future that could really kind of throw us off, and we need to keep our head on our swivel. I think Kyle does a great job of making sure that we don't get too comfortable with the current environment that we're in. And I appreciate the challenge, and I appreciate those meetings. So thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. Roger, anything?
No, thank you. It's I think a responsible and appropriate budget presentation that you've received. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we will end this portion of the budget hearing and move on to Montana Business Assistance Connection. Roger.
Chair Payne and Commissioners, it is scheduled for 2:30 today. We're running well ahead of schedule, as we thought we might with some of these. And it's up to you, Chair Payne, but you may want to consider a break until MBAC can be here.
Wow, we did whistle through those, didn't we? Good, more time for the sheriff's office. Yeah, we can take a break until 2:28, which time we will see what MBAC has to say. This is the continuation of our budget hearing for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. Next batter up is Montana Business Assistance Connection, fondly known as MBAC. Go for it.
Was that?
Oh.
That better. Okay. Eric Seidensticker, Seidensticker. This year we had a really busy year from 24 to 2025. I just would like to first point out the membership that we get from Lewis and Clark County. We continue to use that for leveraging dollars against the Montana Department of Commerce, Certified Regional Development Corporation, and our Federal Economic Development Administration District. Our membership from our local governments goes towards that and pays for staff time. Last year, we requested $25,000 from the county, and we were requesting the same amount again this year. In the handout that I gave, we just try to kind of give some breakouts of the geographical areas that we have been working in. So starting in East Helena, commissioners, you'll see we're continuing to work with a lot of the same partners that we have in the past. We're continuing to support efforts with Habitat Humanity, doing planning with the Environmental Trust Group. Those are just some of our long-term partners that we're continuing to do things on. I believe in this last year, we finally wrapped up a grant from the Department of Commerce, which helped relocate the rodeo grounds. We were finally able to close that project out. That took a couple of years. Catherine was pretty instrumental in getting that done, representing our office. One thing we have exciting currently in the works that we're hoping to kick off this summer is that our State Economic Developers Association has targeted East Helena for what we call a community needs assessment. The community needs assessment is done with our association in conjunction with the University of Idaho and Montana State University. And basically what we do is we use that opportunity to kind of come into a community to look at kind of like what are the impacts to the business community, what are some things that we can do to enhance the quality of life, along with trying to help take some projects and get some champions in the community to kind of make things more vibrant and things of that nature. So we believe East Helena, in East Helena, it's obviously the fastest growing part of the valley. We know the housing that's going on out there. We talk to the business community on Main Street. What can we do to, continue to foster economic development and things like that? So we're really excited about the East Helena Community Needs Assessment. And I believe the plan is to have somebody from the county as kind of part of our steering committee. We've always talked to Ann McCauley and people like that too. So as that gets going, we'll keep the county in the loop. If you flip the page over, in Lincoln, we're continuing to do some other, regular occurring projects like working with the Lincoln Chamber, working with High Country Snack Foods. I'm continuing to monitor the workforce housing project that we funded under ARPA. We're already year one into that project, which is crazy to believe, but we think that big players like that in the community are important to this success. But it's also really exciting because I think we've met with a lot of people that are showing interesting things in the community, whether they're buying property to try to, start a new business or rehab an existing business or things like that. That second paragraph under Lincoln, you'll notice that we are currently looking at an opportunity through the Montana Department of Commerce under the Pilot Tourism Grant Program. Catherine has, again, been really instrumental in that, but we're talking to Ann McCauley about applying for a grant this fall, which would basically kind of help some of the tourism enhancement, do some things that we kind of built off of from the master plan that we did there 2-3 years ago. So more to come on that. Just wanted to put that opportunity out there because we think that Lincoln could be really positively impact. Down in the Helena area, boy, there's so much going on down in the Helena area between downtown to things out at the airport. I think one of the most notable things that we've done here recently in Helena has been the Bell Hotel, which is on the site of the old Memorial Apartments. We got funding through the Department of Commerce within the last year to create a brand new revolving loan fund, actually from bed tax dollars that come into the state. The state turned that into a one-time revolving loan fund. We were awarded about $2.7 million, and we were the very first project in the state getting the Bell Hotel funded in partnership with Farmer State Bank. So we're really excited about that because we were even involved with the old Memorial Apartments through our Brownfields program when that became vacant, trying to, plan and clean up and assess for all that. And sometimes it takes more than 5 years, which is not the way we like it, but sometimes when other opportunities come up, we can leverage funding from the state, and to have them right here in the community, it was pretty positive. So they broke ground on that a few weeks ago, and we're really excited to see what will happen. But that kind of moves me right down into the lending section. In this past year, we've done 16 loans in Lewis and Clark County, totaling 1.7 million. Some of these have served in the areas of like tourism, but we've also continued to use it to help in things like healthcare, alternative energy, commercial development, things of that nature. If you flip over to the very last page, this is just kind of speaks more towards our programming, but 2 years ago, we got a very small amount of money from the Montana Department of Agriculture to bring in a food and agriculture development center. That's a program that I've been trying to grow up, and they gave us $30,000 and a pat on the back and said, go get them. And 2 years later, we've grown that up substantially, just with clients throughout the county and Lincoln and Augusta, from production agriculture to working with our breweries to you name it, anything that's kind of food and ag enhancement. We just submitted an application that will give us about $79,000 for the next 2 years. So it's pretty exciting to see that grow up in front of us too. The last thing I think I'll say on the programming side is Helena College lost their small business development center earlier this year. I don't quite know what the reasons were, but 10 years ago, we housed the Small Business Development Center, and we've actually decided to bring that back to MBAC. So I believe this week we're going to be rolling out the job announcement for the Helena Area Small Business Development Center, which is funded by the SBA and by the Montana Department of Commerce. But we think there's a pretty substantial need for that program to,
Would you go back and say that that Helena College lost his?
Commissioner, I believe that they, maybe loss isn't the best word to use, but I believe for whatever reason, funding or whatever, they chose not to renew the contract, is my understanding, or maybe the state didn't. But anyway, we haven't had a small business development center here. It was with us for many, many years. And then I think in 2015, before my time, it transitioned over to Helena College, and they housed it for years. And
Is this a federal program or a state program?
so it's both. The SBA puts in money to the state, and then the state puts in cash to kind of leverage the localized match. And then like the grantees or the host organization has to come up with cash of their own. So there's kind of like three legs to that stool. But I'm not quite sure again what the reasons were for Helena College not to pick it back up. But we are essentially assuming the contract that they had to bring that service back to MBAC and have a regional director that can do business consulting and the mentoring and work with the banks and things of that nature. So I didn't have that on there, and I should have. But anyway, that kind of falls under our programming that we're working on.
Interesting.
So with that, again, just to reiterate, we're requesting $25,000 in membership this year, just to continue the work that we do in the county and with the business community and the local nonprofit sector and just all of our partners. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Andy, do you have any questions?
Maybe.
You think about it. Tom, do you have any questions?
You might just mention too some of the projects that you're involved in here to kind of revitalizing some of the places that people have given up on.
Yeah. Well, Commissioner, like I said, the Memorial Apartments was a great one. That's a great one we've been working on. Catherine's continuing to work on the Ming Opera House, just kind of over by our building. In downtown Helena, we've worked with Gulch Distilling. We got them some funding through the Department of Agriculture. We continue to work with the Old Salt Outpost and Cole Mannix, and we've been working with him on how we get some more value-added infrastructure here locally and in the region. In East Helena, like I said, we're continuing to work with the Montana Environmental Trust Group and some of the planning activities that we can help with the city. And then a lot of other things out in the county have just ranged from businesses that need access to capital, whether that's like in light manufacturing or our ag sector or, the scope is so broad on who we have been helping. I think one thing that's really exciting is we're seeing a lot of startups too, kind of come back in and people that have business ideas and, the day at MBAC is never dull. There's so many things that come through the door.
If I might just follow up, I understood that the old building out at Silver City is part of that, isn't it?
Correct, Commissioner. Yeah. So that property is one we have been involved with, working with Cole Mannix in the kind of the value added, the meat processing piece. I think he sees opportunity that could be a place where we do, beef and hog and goat operation to get some more in-state production, local sourcing, where member ranches aren't having to go, hundreds of miles for slaughtering capacity and things like that. So we're working on that, and we've been very fortunate to have a partnership with USDA through some of their funding that's specifically for meat processing and things like that. So we're continuing to work on that one.
Thank you for what you're doing. I think you're a real asset to our community.
Thank you.
Andy.
Chair Payne, Mr. Seidensticker. I agree with the comments about real asset to our community. It's great. Thanks for all you do. I guess my curiosity is a little bit about the East Helena stuff going on. So I was out at one of the last tours, and we were up on the slag pile and all of that. But it sounds like there's some real opportunity there in terms of the final cleanup. But you were talking about habitat, and I know that as they advance, they're talking about kind of a combination of habitat, the stereotypical habitat homes, along with some commercial activity as well as some retail. And so I'm assuming that the part that you guys have been real engaged in is, that developing that retail side or commercial side of things and how that's going. And I don't know if there's some insight you can give us. And then there was talk again when we were out touring the site and the cleanup about the final remediation of the slag pile and if that could be something where it could be used. And so I was very excited about that to the level where it could be trailed and value added to that community out there. If you're talking about a couple thousand houses or at least developments on each side of that property, it would be really value added to have that through there. So I don't know if there's any insight you have on that, or maybe we're just at the same place we've been for a while.
No, Commissioner, I think, really when we look at that site is we try to paint a picture that we understand, what happened with the old Asarco, but we really like to highlight the activities that have made East Helena better. Yeah. New infrastructure, new homes, things like that. We work a lot with the business attraction team at the Department of Commerce on the site selection piece where, they're talking to a lot of entities that are out of state that are looking to come into Montana, whether that, what that industry might be. Most of it's kind of a manufacturing component, but what we really tried to sell them on is that, Bozeman's unaffordable for a lot of reasons. Missoula's unaffordable for a lot of reasons. We try to really put a lens that on Helena, we have a great 2-year college that has apprenticeship programs, pathways for workforce development. And then we try to sell them on that we also have more housing coming in, because a lot of those site selectors, they just ask the chicken and the egg questions. Where am I going to get workers? Where am I going to have childcare, housing, things like that? So the short answer is yes, that we are continuing to work with those partners to kind of market that as soon as we can get information on what are the employers looking for in terms of building size, things of that nature. I think a couple of things that are not necessarily bad, but we're kind of working against is East Helena needs a lot of infrastructure capacity to continue to grow. So when we talk to them, it's, do we have ample wastewater capacity? What is the roads going to look like? The impacts like that. So it's growing pains kind of at its best, but we are continuing to talk to quite a bit of the site selectors there, but also in other parts that are kind of outside of East Helena, like in the airport area. We'd love to see an industrial park right somewhere near the airport, because again, if we can have small manufacturing come in, or we can have incubation for companies that are here that don't have the capital to grow up into larger manufacturing capacity. We think that area around the airport makes a lot of sense for industrial development.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I've been thinking about one of the first projects that I got to go on a tour with was the sausage plant up in Lincoln. Are they continuing to be successful? Are they on their own, or are you still holding their hand?
Commissioner, we talk to them like monthly. Yeah, so we're very, very active with them. They are, believe it or not, I know this was before your time, and Commissioner Rolfe, but Andy may remember, they're in the last year of their community development block grant that the county sponsored in 2019, if my mind's remembering. But yes, they're continuing to do well. I think there are some things that have impacted them more globally that have made it difficult, like trucking, for example. I mean, we've heard the last couple of years there's been some major closures from trucking companies that they were using to get product across Montana, but also like regionally throughout the Northwest. But they're continuing to process more beef. That plant is capable of like 7,000 pounds, and they're working with ranch land out of Butte, which brings in a lot of local commodities. So we're continuing to work with them and check in with them. Again, they have some global supply chain issues that I think sometimes make it difficult, but if you go into Town Pump or major retailers, I mean, those shelves are constantly being, refilled, and their sales team is out in the region and the state and things like that. So, yeah, where it was at 5-6 years ago, it wasn't a good looking operation, but I think they've realized to build that plant again in Montana would cost 25 times the amount that, it probably was built back in the 70s. So it's a good partnership, and they're committed to Lincoln and in the area. So,
as I recall, there was some issue relating to housing for workers up there. Is that kind of resolved, or is that a continuing saga?
Commissioner, so if you recall, we got some ARPA funding from the county a couple of years ago, and we put 3 housing units up there in partnership with the company. They put in the road and the water and the sewer. All 3 of the units are still full. I have to do my regular check-in. I have to do an annual check-in with them that I got to get on that. But yes, it has been. I mean, the general manager for the plant, she lives in one of those housing units. And when she first was hired on, she was, where am I going to live? Well, we were able to get some workforce housing dollars to put in the units up there. And, if you're making her salary in Lincoln, Montana, like that's pretty good. So she's been great. And they have a couple other workers in there that are doing like food lab science and kind of the quality controls. So, the 3 units were a good start. I think if they could have 12, they would take them. But for now, I think it's really helped with their workforce attraction and their retention.
Okay, then I would like to hear something about the Ming Opera House.
I'm going to, if it's okay, Commissioner, defer to Catherine because
I would expect you to. You've got experts back there, and then let's give them a chance to tell us what's going on.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioner, what can I answer regarding the Ming Opera House?
First, you have to tell us your name so that she can get it on the record.
My name is Catherine Anderson, Katherine, Anderson, Anderson.
And what is your position at MBAC?
So I work on the community development side. I do a lot of the grant writing, technical assistance. I work very closely with Eric.
So I got to sit in on the last MBAC meeting where you discussed the Ming Opera House, but these guys didn't. So can you just give us a brief what you're trying to do and maybe could do and absolutely can't do?
Absolutely. So this has been a project that we've been involved in for several years.
Talk slower, please.
We got involved in 2020, I believe. And we were approached by the Shriners, who are kind of one of the primary fraternal organizations in that building. And they were curious about what could they do to make the building more accessible, more revenue generating, et cetera. We were able to leverage some TIF dollars and some Big Sky Trust Fund dollars through the Montana Department of Commerce to do a planning study that kind of looked at what upgrades would need to be done to make that building more accessible and revenue generating to be able to put events in there, et cetera. That study was completed in 2021. And about a year later, the Helena Symphony approached us. They had seen the study. The study was funded with public dollars, so it was a public document.
I'm sorry, who approached you? I didn't understand
The
that.
Helena Symphony.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes. And the Helena Symphony approached us and they were curious about looking at the option of renovating that space, taking it over and maybe looking at it as an alternative performance space, office space, doing some artist residency, community space type things in there. And so we were able to work with DEQ, who had previously done a Brownsfield Phase 1, Phase 2 assessment in that building. And they had some extra planning dollars through EPA. They were able to allocate $100,000 for this additional feasibility study. And because we'd already gone through the initial planning study with the Shriners, we wanted to do something a little bit different that would really show the financial viability of this option under the Helena Symphony. So we designed an RFP that was going to be a PAR plus kind of a
PAR.
preliminary architectural report.
Thank you.
And so this PAR also included some of the financial modeling to show how the proposed changes for the Helena Symphony could actually be money-making and sustainable. So we completed that process about a year ago, and we worked closely with one of the local architecture firms. They brought in some really wonderful experts, acquisitions, and some people who are really involved in the artist space. And we got a really great study out of that. And so the Helena Symphony is now looking at the next phase, which is a capital campaign study to see what the fundraising potential is for a project of that size. This is obviously a really exciting project. It would absolutely change Cruz Avenue and the downtown core. This building is currently being underutilized. And one of the kind of neat things about this study is that it would keep the Shriners in the building. It would celebrate the heritage of the building and kind of the history of the space. And so we are currently working with the Helena Symphony right now to move towards that next phase. We've been working with some consultants to look at that next capital campaign study phase. And we're hoping to kind of start that process this fall and hopefully have a finished capital campaign study and a decision hopefully in the spring. So we're seeing a lot of great forward momentum and, as is typical in our industry, we get involved very early on in these kinds of projects, and sometimes it's 5-10 years before something happens. And so it's neat to be involved. It's neat to see some process happening.
Thank you. Questions about the Ming Opera House? And the third party in your group, as I recall, she was working on, she the hotel lady?
Correct. Yep,
Okay.
Charmy. Yep.
And you brought these people over here. Let's make them earn their keep.
Yeah.
State your name and position.
Ma'am. Charmaine Kaminsky, loan officer. Charmaine is CHARMAYNE. Kaminsky, KAMINSKI.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
Couldn't have married a simpler name, right? I went the other way. So Bell Hotel, we took tourism dollars and leveraged them with Farmer State Bank.
Please speak more slowly and into the microphone.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
deaf.
Yes, and I have a tendency to talk very fast. Okay, so we helped Farmer State Bank complete that project. Bell has been working on getting this off the ground for, oh my gosh, 3 years now. The gals that have been really facilitating that. And they had a lot of adversity. Like without the tourism dollars and things that came in from the state, there's just no way this project would have got off the ground. It was too leveraged for banks, too much risk. So we were able to take those grant funds and really put them to use and get this up. And we now have a project that is under construction. So it's been really great.
And when you were doing this presentation to me earlier, you talked about the clientele that this hotel is expected to bring in and address. It's not going to be competing with the big shot hotels
with
by
our
the
chain
interstate.
hotels. This is a very niche market. These are people who want to come and have an experience. They want to experience the local area. You're coming here because this is a unique experience, right? They're going to come down and they're going to tour the walk-in mall. Those are the type of people that we're going to be getting. They're not just coming in and staying for a quick night and then passing through town. These are people that are here for a couple of days. So it ends up being usually people with these are a higher price point. These are boutique hotels, so it's a different demographic.
Okay. And do you have any idea when that hotel will be?
So we had originally
Operable?
planned for an 18-month construction phase, but their contractor, Diamond Construction, believes they could get it done in as little as 12 months. So we could have potentially people in there by next summer.
Summer of 26.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Good. Okay. Isn't this exciting? Any questions there, Mr. Hunthausen? None from over there.
So Chair Payne and Commissioners and everyone, welcome. So
This is
just-
Roger
Yeah,
over
I'm
there.
sorry. Roger, I'm the CAO for the county. So the request for funding, though, is a membership fee to continue of $25,000. Are you requesting the commissioners consider some type of funding toward the Ming Opera House planning? Because I seem to recall that maybe Mr. Obert might have sent a message through to that effect maybe a couple of months ago. Do you happen to know the answer to that?
Yes, so any funding for the Ming is not included in this request. This is solely just our MBAC membership request. The Helena Symphony did come forward and request funding to support the capital campaign study, and that was previously approved. So this is completely separate from that.
I'm sorry, this is completely separate from what?
From the Ming Theater funding request.
Okay, so the $25,000 membership.
Yes, that is solely
Okay,
just
and
for
that's
MBAC.
Roger is trying to figure out, are we supposed to find another $5,000 to help move this forward?
No, the symphony already received $35,000 from the city, actually, to support this project.
Okay.
So, yes.
Hey,
Anything
thanks-
else, Roger?
Thank you for clarifying that. Thanks, Chair Payne. Completely off topic of what you've already shared, but I believe we got some emails recently about a program called BDO, Biofuel Development Opportunities. And I was just wondering, does Impact deal with that at all? Because the email, commissioners, I think you all received it as well too. It was called a BDO zone, which you could get a rating of AAA. It had to do with biofuels capacity and developing, I think, manufacturing plants. Is that anything that MBAC deals with at all?
Commissioners, Roger, I'm going to say yes. And if we could just get maybe that communication sent on to us. I have seen some literature on the BDO topic, like nationally. It's not something I've ever been entrenched in myself, but that we can take that inquiry and do some follow up because it is an economic development topic. It's just not one I think we've been part of. So
Thank you, Eric.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much. This has been probably the best presentation we've had all afternoon. Oh, wait a minute. No, we did have one. Thank you for coming over.
Thank you, commissioners. We appreciate it.
Yes, and I believe we're probably going to take a little break here until whenever the sheriff's office shows up. It's supposed to be 3:30. We'll see. Have a good day.
Yep. Good luck. Good luck with that.
So did I say that we're taking a break? I already did that. Okay. Brief break. We've got our Lewis and Clark County Sheriff contingent is here. And we're running about half an hour ahead of schedule. Is this efficient or what? The legislature can take a few lessons here. Oh, I digress. Welcome to this section of the discussion about our budget, the county budget. And right now we are going to hear from the Lewis and Clark County Sheriff's Office and presenting their FY 2026 budget. and proceed as appropriate. Oh, first you have to say your name, of course.
Carol Martin from the Sheriff's Office, and Sheriff Denton will be presenting the budget.
Chairman, Commissioners, welcome. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And thank you for that lengthy introduction. So in your book, or you probably have what Sherry has prepared, I'm going to read it because that's the narrative of the budget. So here we go. It's probably on your screen. Well, it'll get there. So the Sheriff's Office, these are priorities that we have set forth. The Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2026, 2027. Personnel budgets include a 2.13% COLA, step increases, longevity increases, and health plan contribution increase. From the Sheriff, Fund 230 is on your monitor or in front of you. Personnel at detention center, there's a need to increase staff. It's a priority for FY26. We've expanded our recruitment to include more colleges, more recruitment opportunities. We found out that the human resources had a bunch of things we didn't know about. So we're getting tied into that to advertise there and increase our footprint of where we're recruiting. For O&M, the increase in FY 25-26 is patrol uniform budget increase due to the replacement cycle of deputies' ballistic vest. Firearms increased due to the need of replacement of older, outdated rifles purchased in the 90s, which doesn't seem like that long ago to me, but apparently it is. This increase includes internal, external parts. Capital improvement. The capital contribution is for the purchase of concealed weapons and card laminator. Let me pause there for just a minute. I know that the money that goes into the concealed weapon permit is to the sheriff and to be spent on that. That one gets deposited with the treasurer, but that's, we like to talk about it, but that's not part of the public safety mill levy, but it's part of our budget. We also print off, and we've talked a little bit about having a little help with that because we do the printing of all of the, believe the county's ID cards come over and we do those. So we're using that. We're in a partnership, but we can have a little bit of a partnership and funding. That would be great. The deputy pistols and rifles, 6 vehicles plus additional funds, facility improvements and morgue improvement needs also included in the capital contribution is saving for a mobile patrol car ticket printers. They were moving to a system where you can run the driver's license through a modem that is attached to a secure transmit. It uses a specific app, and then if you're going to give them a ticket, you type that in and it prints it out. And then we're working to have access or have it will sync up to what they call full court over at the court. So it eliminates us buying paper tickets, except for us older, more senior people. We won't be having that little luxury. We'll still use paper targets, much like the undersheriff and probably me. When I say the capital expenditure includes 6 vehicles, they're minor patrol room renovations. We've talked about that each year. 17,754 of the budget amount is for a camera system replacement cost due to Public Works. we share that area or share a portion of that area that Public Works is at. And they have cameras, we have cameras, so we share that cost. On the Sheriff's Fund 232 under the inmate, we have an increase in the budget of $115,200 to cover the cost of a contract doctor. Now, the nice part about it, that crew got a grant, covers $115,200. That will cover that amount, but we'll put that in there anyway. So under Fund 233, capital contributions include $100,000 to the building CIP to replace and update the detention center security cameras. That can be somewhat problematic just because of our vendor, but we do need to update those, and they are crucial when it comes to defending us in lawsuits. And you may see those come just about every month, that I'm getting sued and the county's getting sued. So the camera system is a vital, not just to risk and liability, but for officer safety as well. What I would like to highlight on the next page of a budget summary is a projected FY 25-26. You'll notice I use an old word, and Roger will cringe, as I affectionately call Uncle Roger over here. We have a cash carryover of 5.6 million. So that means that we trimmed back on our budget. There were some things that we needed, such as patrol vehicles, but we had to trim back. Frank has been a great help to Sherry. Sherry's done a lot of nervous sweating, but has put together a great budget, worked with Frank, and he's given us a nod of, yeah, this will work. So we hope you're in agreement. If you have questions, I brought just about everybody I could think of to answer a question you may have. But Frank has looked at it, and I think Uncle Roger may have got a report from Frank. That's that in a nutshell. If you have questions, happy to answer them or redirect them if you like.
Of course, I have questions. You'd be disappointed if I didn't have a few. I came in yesterday so I could review this and have a few questions for you. Sheriff Dutton, I'm looking at the, well, first of all, the names of the columns. We've got actual 23, 24, budget 25, projected 25. This budget 25, this is for the year we're living in right now, isn't it?
You know, can you punch up your mic here?
Yes,
Ooh, okay. State your name for the record, please.
this is Cheryl Martin from the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. So the projected FY 25, aren't we about there? Shouldn't you be able to say, yeah, that's how much we spent?
Well, from my understanding, the budget people like us to use that word, projected. So that's why we used it.
Sheriff, I'm not a budget person either. I've always got questions on how this is supposed to work.
Fair enough, fair enough. We're following the lead of the finance gurus.
Okay, so now I'm looking down the page at under investigations. It's right below the halfway mark. And personnel, the projected FY 25 was 757,000. Budgeted was 769,000, but budgeted for FY 26 is $1,213,009. That seems like a awfully significant increase. Is there reasoning behind that?
Yes, Chairman, there is. I went through the budget line by line for how we were paying people. And a lot of the people we bring over are from the detention center, and those had never been transferred over into the sheriff's office funds. we have different funds for different things. And so I went through with Misty and I worked it all out. So we actually have the right people being budgeted from the right departments. That's why it went up considerably, because there were only about 3, maybe 5 people being paid out of that when there's considerably more in CID or investigations. So the number that you see projected for fiscal year, or budgeted for fiscal year 26 is probably a real true number versus what was in there for 25.
So, Madam Chair, the money is, we're not taking extra money. We're putting it there where it belongs, but we're not taking out of like the detention center fund where it was. So we're
Okay,
just making a true reflection of where people are.
thank you. You have, go ahead.
Chair Payne, sure. Let me see, I've got a list of questions here. No, Sheriff, I've given you a hard time. It's great to see you and all of your team and do a great job. First, want to say thank you. Thanks for working so hard with Frank, and I know that it's one of the largest budgets in the county, and so there's a lot of largest budgets for a reason. You do a lot of things. I mean, the detention center and all of the folks out there, and one of the most challenging from a financial perspective to gear up to for everything that you need to have out there, and a 24/7 operation. So anyway, I thank you for your good work and bringing a budget forward. But I wanted to just mention a couple of things. And one was the appreciation for working with Criminal Justice Services and the transition a couple of those FTEs to their side so we can put them to work. And I was curious about the number of, you're talking about recruiting and how the challenges of trying to get it fully staffed or mostly fully staffed at the detention center. What are we looking at in terms of a comfortable number you'd like to, because we have a bunch of positions that are unfilled. So how many more would you need to feel comfortable so that you're having a staff that you could rely on?
I know the exact number of that, but what I would like to do is give others the opportunity to have this experience. I believe Commander Christensen's here. So if you don't mind, I'll have him come forward. I know that number, but so does he. And all right. Well, good. I get to say my exact number then.
Wow.
Well, he was going to be, I don't know. Muscat. Original in the mill levy was 63 detention officers. There was some debate between 63 and 65, but I think it was 63. Do you remember? So we've taken a total of 5 from that, 5 or 6, 5. And some we traded off. We traded 3 for 2 patrol deputies, and then the other 2 positions we traded off. That leaves us, if you're quick in math, 5 from 63 is 58. We are not anywhere close to that. We need to get there. I believe that our current staffing is, are we in the 40s? Okay, so we're in the 30. I didn't want to say it, but I thought 38. Okay, we'll just say 38. And we're running 24/7. We're also, we are operating with 12-hour shifts and a lot of overtime. So to be able to get those people back up to close to 58 would be good. It would actually equate out from the overtime we're paying. It would be less money if we were fully staffed. Well, what do you know? Troy, you want to talk about, do you mind repeating your question? So
sure.
Just introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Troy Christensen, jail commander.
Hello, Commander. My question was just about around recruiting, the numbers you have now, what you'd like to see there in terms of if you were fully staffed, and we were just talking about the challenges and trying to find some ways to enhance the recruiting opportunities, but kind of just where we are with numbers and where you'd like to be, I guess.
We need 24 more people. We're doing a very good job based on past history of recruiting. We've got one started today. We've got 2 more starting next week. And Dawson Hildenstab is kind of over our recruiting, and we're doing a really good job through Kenny, our HR representative. They're advertising, and we're testing usually 3 or 4 a month. And we're just going through the process. We've gone to some career fairs, some of the things that we're doing, trying to get more and more people involved. I'd like to be fully staffed with the extra 24 I was talking about. But we're treading water right now.
Yeah, that'd be challenging. Well, Chair Payne, since we have him up there, might as well
Go ahead.
add on to Commander Christensen's experience here. No, I wanted to thank you, and I've told you this before, but tell you this publicly and in front of the sheriff, that really appreciate the way you've been working with all of our partners. It's the way it should be done, I think, but we're on a committee, task force, whatever you call it, about jail population and just the judges and criminal justice services, state folks as well. And I just appreciate the way you handle stuff and represent the sheriff's office and the county. And I think that it's been really good. So I just appreciate how you do your job. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
I'm looking at the detention center budget, this spreadsheet, that's what it's called. And I'm looking at the third line from the top, entitled overtime. And it is the 2026 proposed current is 91,395. The actual for FY25 is 357,801. That is a huge difference. And I know overtime that's how you're dealing with being understaffed, but is the 91,000 a realistic figure? Are we going to be able to count on that?
Well, it is more realistic with more staff. Currently, we're having deputies help us also cover a lot of our shifts. So the amount of money that's in our actual for 25 is just that we have that many shortages of shifts. As we're filling up more and more officers, the overtime will be a far less, and that's what we're projecting based on how we're hiring currently.
Okay, and then I have another question. I'm looking at the workers' comp insurance. The FY25 actual is 44,368. The budget is for FY25 is 59,036, and the budget for current proposed 2026 is 50,558. Is that, will the workers' compensation insurance go down like the overtime does if you get more people in, or, you know?
Based on experience and their training, it will go down because a lot of the things that injuries that we've had are things that happen in their first couple of months down on the booking floor. A lot of our
first couple of months or of
their
employee
training.
service?
Yeah.
Okay.
As we have more people trained and we have more officers, they're able to watch instead of getting involved as much. So with that budget, with the more officers there, they have more training or more defined training, I guess you would say, because they don't have to get right involved as quickly as they currently do. So with that budget, that's I feel that's a very accurate budget.
Okay. Then on the next page, under clothing and uniforms, I'm looking at the number of, for example, 750 10-duty jackets. How many employees do you have?
Not 750.
Well, and the same with the tactical shirts.
Chair Payne.
Yes.
Just-
Oh, Frank, he knows his stuff. Yes,
That's
Frank.
that's the cost. So it'd be $75 a jacket for it's not 750 jackets. It's 10
Yeah.
jackets for
Se-
700.
So they're $75 a piece. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
Aren't we glad we're having this discussion? Because I was thinking you were buying pretty fancy jackets. So the 50 first tactical shirts at 1,750. Do some math in your head there. How many is that? Let's see, 5 goes in, that's 3, 15.
That's $35 a jacket.
Shirt.
Or a shirt. And I'm imagine if those are tactical shirts, there's probably a lot going into those, right?
That's just like this.
Oh, okay. But still, I mean, there's a lot. They're not a very
Yeah.
basic shirt. There's a
Okay. I'm just curious, that's what I'm supposed to do, I think. City.
Chair, I'll ask a question while you're looking if you want.
I'm not quite done. I
Okay.
went over this. It's the last page of the detention printout under assessments. Then there's total fixed charges for the FY25 budget. It's $462,878. And proposed current 2026 is 491,449. It seems like it's a significant difference. Do you have any idea why? Or maybe Frank does.
oh,
Oh.
go ahead.
Yes.
The reason is, if you'll see the utility associates there for 18,500.
Wait, just a second. How
Under
far?
software agreements.
It's in the software agreement. Is this on the same page?
Yes, right above.
Yes, I see it. Okay, yes.
So that was in the wrong category last year. And so I made an adjustment and put that in there. And then we had some additional software agreements. And so that brings the total of the fixed charges up, which is the 491,449. I made quite a few adjustments, moving things into the right categories. And so it increased there, but then it would have decreased in another category.
Sure.
I tried to get everything in the right category.
Did you get to do this job last year too?
I did not get to do much of it last year. Tammy was still here.
Okay.
And so I went ahead and made my changes this year.
Well, I want you to know people really like a picky numbers person. So thank you for what you do. Okay, that is the end of the questions on the detention center. Now I will turn it over to Commissioner Hunthausen. Go.
Thanks, Chair Payne. I've just brought up the doctor a little bit earlier and the grant that was awarded for that. What's our timeline? Are we're recruiting now, right? Or is that?
Yeah, right now, Nicho is going over the kind of finalizing what the agreement is and just putting final touches on it. So it could be as early as next week or the following week, and we should have it all finalized and signed.
Oh, good.
So we're really, really close.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair Payne.
Tom?
I've got a few questions. Turn it on. I've got a few questions here. I want to get a handle on the staffing level. The mill levy, we were shooting for 63 staff in the detention center, I believe. Was that not right?
It's 58.
58?
Yeah.
Then we've taken off 2 and moved them over to patrol. And 2 are going over to criminal justice system,
Yes.
right?
Three.
3 going to criminal justice? Okay. So it's 58 minus 5, so we're down to 53 then, right? It's what your goal is?
It started at 63 and now it's down.
Okay, so it's 63 minus the 5 is down to, is 50, what? Is, minus the 5 is 58 then, is your goal? And you have right now, how many?
Thirty, 36 or 37.
Okay.
We had one start today.
And you feel like you've got some recruiting improvements so that you can get the numbers up a little bit?
That's definitely the goal, and we're on track to do that. The way the trend is going right now, yes.
But your goal is to get to the 58.
Yes.
Okay. The goal is essentially last year was 60 and we're at 38.
Yes.
You feel like you're going to be able to get it up there. What happened? Where do we go with what happens to the money if we don't do that?
Sheriff, can you help me on that one?
And so can
Sherry.
So the money doesn't disappear, but that's where we said we would spend it. And what we have to be careful of is that there's as Roger explained and Frank explained, that there's a narrow therapeutic window where we want to be with that money. We don't want to go too high. We don't want to go too low. So the mill levy has been very prescriptive of what we can spend that money on. And we've taken some positions, the ones that went to Kelly's outfit. The other 3 did not come from there because the 3 positions created 2 in patrol. So the 3 positions we took out created 2 in patrol. So the answer to the money is it rolls over into the next year. As long as it doesn't get too high, then we get penalized for not using it. Is that correct, Frank?
Chair Payne, Commissioner, Sheriff, yes. And the other thing I would add too is due to the struggles there, you put a ton of pressure on your overtime as well. So that ends up being elevated. So it ends up either rolling over or he puts pressure on his overtime line item. And that's why we don't see a big fluctuation between his budget and the difference in his vacancies. You still need to staff those and you still need people in there. So that's why.
Understandable. Yeah, you bet. And then I guess I'd like to get a handle on your total FTE. How many people you have in all the departments?
It was 134.
134 total.
If I could clarify one thing, when you said we had the largest budget, I heard Audra get up in Augusta and say that their budget per the public work was like 38 million. Oh, okay. One up. All right. I'm just clarifying. I'd like to take credit for something, but I don't know that I can.
So, if I might continue, could you give me a breakdown of your 134, what departments each of them are in? For instance, what do you have in admin? How many FTE do you have in admin?
Commissioner Payne?
Roger, yes.
If I could, So commissioners, we maintain something we call an employee work plan, which has all of the positions listed that have been approved in the budget, where they are located. I don't think we anticipated this question today coming
Okay.
from you, Commissioner, but we have a detailed listing of every position.
You can get it to me then.
And where it is funded. I believe we did.
That'll be just perfect.
We can get that for you,
You bet.
Commissioner. And I also just wanted to mention this as well. Very excellent budget presentation that's occurring right now. But Commissioners, you're looking at one fund that funds the sheriff's office. If you look on your paperwork there on the screen, you'll see the account number at the beginning. It's 230. You're looking at that fund, 230. The sheriff's office actually has 4 different funds that comprise his budget. This is just one of them. It's by far the largest, but it's just one of them. So this is Fund 230. I think that as we go on here today, you'll hear about Fund 231, 232, and another fund that begins with the numbers 233. Fund 233 is the fund where we keep the money that our voters approved for what we call an O&M levy for the detention center. So there is money for staffing in the commissioner, in the sheriff's office from Fund 230 that you're looking at right now. But there's a number of staff that are also funded in Fund 233, which is for the detention center O&M levy. So it's a mixture of things I just wanted to mention to you, commissioners. And at the end of this process, all the paperwork that's in front of you, to summarize, when you take all of these funds and combine them, they'll amount to a little over $23 million. You're just looking at one of those funds right now that amounts to a little over $17 million. But Commissioner Rolfe, I'm sorry to take so long to kind of address your question, but we have a detailed listing of every position that's been authorized by the county commissioners and which fund pays for it. I just don't think any of us have that right in front of us right now, but we can get that for you.
Great. I'd just like to see that so I get it handled. I always had the impression that your real costs walk in the door every morning. So, so I wanted to get a feel for that. Thank you.
And we can get that for you.
Also, I'm looking at the report that was provided to us and right on the front that the Fund 230 is, and it lists what it's used for.
Yep.
Fund 232 inmate and Fund 233 detention. So earlier, someone commented on this is a good report, and see, it is. Okay, any more questions, Tom?
Let's see. Well, yeah, I did have one. We're running into a situation where in some of our departments, that grants that we've relied on in the past are in question. Do you have any grants that you have generally been able to use in the past that we need to be kind of aware of that might be in question?
My initial answer to that is no. I think we have one COPS. Do we have one COPS grant? One COPS grant through the Board of Crime Control is the pass-through agency. They have the money in the bank. So all of the restrictions of the current federal government, the money has already been given to the Board of Crime Control to administer. So that's not in jeopardy. Some of the monies that are for the domestic violence positions, that's going to be available. The women violence, stop women against violence against women, that money is available through the Board of Crime Control. So those things will still come through.
Good.
We haven't got one that got the skids put on it. And I'll mention now, as long as you're at it, if I may, that the trips to Washington, D.C. have been fruitful. We have an appropriations. I think you probably heard about it. I know Roger and I spoke, but I suspect he told you that we have the opportunity to get some new equipment for our radio system or certain cars. And it's a Starlink which is a satellite-based system to hook into the radio system. Initial startup, and for 2 years is $1 million. And Representative Downing put in that request. We made the first cut. So it goes before Congress this summer to see if we get it. We didn't, there is no match. So we didn't have to put up anything. If we make the cut, then we get we'll have to we have a business plan about how implementation and demonstration project, how it works. It's done. We're one of two demonstration projects. The other one's Cochise County in Arizona. Sheriff Mark Daniels got it a couple of years ago. Our initial request went through Tester, but he decided he didn't want to do that. So Dowling took it up and we made the cut. So that's won't come to probably to fruition until in 2026. So things are looking good. We have to hustle for some of the money, and just like everybody else does. But that's the grant. That's a report on the grants that we have.
It's great. And I was kind of assuming the way things were going, that what we've been hearing is that a lot of the grants that you might have, but I thought it's good to ask that we make sure we aren't counting on money that isn't gonna or might not be here. And so I think it's important that we be cautious about it when there's a chance we won't get the money and not spend it before we get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't done that.
All right. Thank you.
Not unless you say yes, but no, we wouldn't do that.
All right.
That concludes your questions. I have a question.
The answer is no.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, you can.
You make jokes. I know you do. What is your question, Leo?
My question, we've had several discussions about the courthouse security.
Oh.
It's not in this budget because it's a separate contract, if you will, about security. We spoke to Commissioner Hunthausen, Roger, about the possibility of adding, and you were in that conversation as well, about adding some deputies for the courthouse security. Is that a realization? I mean, we brought forth some budget things. Roger was in favor, but I think it takes 3 of you to be in favor, but it's not in this budget. And it would be, I don't know how to do that, Frank, and I don't know if you've been briefed on it or not. I always love bringing things up at public meetings that you haven't heard about.
Chair Payne, Sheriff, I've heard a little bit of it. And so I've started thinking about it, and I'm sure Sherry and I are going to have a meeting and we can discuss where we go from there. Being that it's not part of the budget, we probably work on amendments going forward as we kind of settle out as to where we go from here. But yeah, I think I talked to Roger. We're more than willing to work through this and see where we land and see what's the best way to execute that. So I think that it's a little late in the game because it was a little the timing of that event and all of that. So the way we're
So does anybody here know how it is currently funded? Where's the money coming from to pay the guys that we've got?
Chair Payne, currently the folks from Securitas are paid through the buildings budget, and that's something that you'll see tomorrow in the Public Works budget.
Okay, so there is currently a pot of money someplace that is being spent.
Correct.
And so that might be an important factor if we're going to find a new way to spend that money.
Correct.
And if they're comparable, because, those taxpayers out there don't expect us to spend everything. But I would like to have that information before we could move further.
Chair Payne. Yeah,
Andy.
there may be a little communication thing, and I'm looking at Roger too, but when we left that meeting, if I'm remembering right, and you're older than I am, so you probably remember less than I do. I just getting that on the record. No, but I thought that we were all kind of in, like you said, a affirmative agreement that we wanted to look into this seriously and see if this
Right.
was a good possibility. But my understanding was that you were going to get together with Sherry and crunch some numbers and kind of bring back more of a more
Solid.
robust proposal, maybe, and work with Roger and finance. I don't know where we are with that. Am I remembering it
That's
right?
why
I
I'm
thought we were
asking
gonna
now. I don't remember.
get into it
exactly.
a little deeper and say,
You're-
hey, here's what we'd actually need,
Yeah.
and this is what it would
There's a
actually
reason
take.
we record these
And
discussions.
these are the dollars
Yeah.
that we would have had to, I
Can
think
I-
that's where we
can I
left
ask-
it, but yeah, sorry.
So if I could, Chair and Commissioners, and I'm sorry I stepped out to get a little work plan report for Commissioner Rolfe just now, but so I may have missed this, so I apologize if I'm repeating some things, but our contract with a company called Securitas, which is in place now, as I heard Mr. Cornwell telling you, we fully budget to pay for that in our budget every year. That contract expires this coming fall, has a 5-year term that expires, just to let you know that. However, that contract also has a 30-day notice requirement, so even if it were not expiring, either party has the option of terminating that contract with 30 days notice. So I'm only mentioning that to let you know that we've got flexibility with regards to that arrangement with that particular vendor that's providing that service for us. Sheriff Dutton's absolutely correct, and you're correct, Commissioner. We had some conversations about whether the sheriff might want to put together a proposal to take over those security services. Very roughly, Commissioners, that proposal was about $130,000 more than the current funding that we're paying to provide those security services. So those are a few of the pieces. My recollection was the same too, that we weren't ready to actually proceed with that yet, that there were some details that needed to be worked out. And also, Commissioners and Sheriff, please, I don't mean to speak for you, but the sheriff in his proposal had included a vehicle. And my recollection is that the Commissioners had some questions. I don't want to say disagreements, but some questions about the cost of vehicles associated with positions that what might need to be a part of that proposal. And so we weren't in agreement on that aspect of the proposal yet. So that was one of the details that needed to be discussed further and worked on further before we took any concrete action. So those are a few of the pieces. Yes, Commissioner.
We have officers in the schools. Is that through the sheriff's office or is that police?
Sheriff's office.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we provide those officers with cars?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They're full-fledged deputies. Anybody that I hire for my office is full-fledged.
Okay. I'm just wanting to make sure I've
Okay.
got all the information. So thank you, Leo.
And Chair Payne, if I could offer this.
Certainly.
As you hear these budget presentations, like we've discussed, it's the opportunity to ask questions, discuss new proposals, any new requests for funding or changes. We're capturing all of that as we go through these presentations, and we will be having additional summary meetings regarding our budget after these meetings occur. And this topic of courthouse security and what we may or may not do in the future is an ideal item for us to continue to work on in the coming days and come back to you at our summary meeting in June with for you to consider for a proposal. So I would just offer that up as a suggestion.
As another part of my initial questions, the current sheriff's proposal is $130,000 more than we are currently paying out. What are we currently paying out? Ballpark.
So, Commissioner, I want to say it's in the range of between $200,000 and $230,000 a year. It's changed a little bit over the past 5 years that we've had these services in place. I wish I could remember the exact number because we just talked about it a few days ago. But that's
I think this is close enough to give me an idea as, how if we have to do this, how are we going to pay for it? So. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just so you know, you're not obligated to do it, neither am I.
I know,
Yep.
but
just so,
I mean, we
just-
got to start
yeah.
someplace, Leo, and I.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not, this will be if we can work it out, great.
If we
If it
can't.
doesn't work
But-
for you, then it doesn't work. So
True,
it's something.
but I mean, I've been up in that courthouse. I know there's scary places, and it's always a question, needs versus wants, and is safety more of a need or a want? Anyway, we're not shutting you down, Sheriff. We're just gathering information.
I'm just trying to help. Last thing I want to do is cause trouble.
Andy, go for it.
Again, my memory's right. I think we did have some good ideas about how we might make that work and trying to compare apples to apples. So, the comparison doesn't, from what we have now to what you are talking about providing, doesn't go straight across the line. It isn't a one for one. I mean, we get sworn officers, a little bit different level of service potentially and all of that kind of stuff. So, and then I think we did talk preliminarily about where we might find that gap in funding. There were some ideas that were bounced around, nothing formal, but that my question is, because I like the idea generally, but my question is, what are our next steps? And I'm looking at you and Roger. It's like we left it kind of on the table that we were going to do something next, but I can't remember who's going to do what and who's going to meet next, and kind of get the details and the formalities out of the way so we can have a real proposal, a decision point proposal that we can talk about versus kind of still a lot of the idea phase that's on the table. So how do we move this along to a decision?
You're tired of kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, I want to
Yes.
get to a decision point. So
Chair Payne and Commissioners, if I could offer this up, I think it's just a matter of us following up with Sheriff Dutton regarding the issue of the vehicle or vehicles, plural, the cost associated with that. I've already reached out to Human Resources and asked them to, I hope you don't mind, Sheriff, but I did ask HR to confirm the numbers that you all had done such a good job of putting together. So I believe we have a basic picture. I think the fundamental item that's remaining is the issue of the vehicles. And we will leave this meeting and follow up on that issue. I think the sheriff, I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but I think I've heard the sheriff say that he believes those vehicles need to be a part of this proposal for his employees. And I believe I've heard from the commissioners that you still have questions about that. So we need to reach a conclusion on that item.
Chair.
Just thinking about additional officers for this little project at the courthouse, would they be designated too as courthouse guards, or are you planning on having them serve there for a week and then go do on patrol for a week? Or, I mean, is there a fluctuation, or is everybody assigned a specific place?
Madam Chair, generally what we do according to our policy is that's a 3-year assignment. And when you're done with your 3-year assignment, then you rotate out, you rotate back. Being there that long, they would have to go through somewhat of a familiarization or an FTO process going back on the street. But we're not going to get anybody who wants to do that at the level of training that a deputy has is not going to want to stay there for a career. We have a great guy there now. We do have one. And with additional, we feel that we can provide you and the courthouse staff without a huge cost. My original, if you may or may not remember, we had the gold standard, and then we had the silver standard, and then we had the pewter standard. So you kind of know where you're at. But I'm suggesting now more of a silver plan, not the most. Most would be 5, having 5 there, but we don't have the funds for that, and we don't have the time to train that many people. So we're trying to work with you, be realistic about people that work at the courthouse are scared to death. You don't need employees are like that. So we're trying to be good partners. My office is, and try to say, we could help you, but there, of course, there's a cost to it.
And Sheriff, it isn't just employees, it's people who have to go into our courthouse and serve as jurors or those poor lawyers that go in there. You know, they're, I'm not sure you really care about the lawyers, but they are someone's moms and dads and sons and daughters. And
I do. If you look at the statistics, Madam Chair, Attorney, the first one to get beat up generally in an act of violence in a courthouse is the defense, because the
Really?
person who's being sentenced has a visceral reaction and will turn around and physically assault an attorney. If it's going to happen, that's who's going to get it first. Or they'll rush the bench to try to get the judge. But those are the two primary targets.
very interesting. Frank.
Chair Payne, just for point of clarity, I just found in the buildings budget plus Audra Zackrell text me.
You can't put anything by that, Audra.
She's watching. So the Securitas contract is $181,844.
A year?
$181,000. Yep, $844 a year.
If I may, were there some addendums to that increased it, or is that? I thought I saw a couple of addendums that increased the cost.
Chair Payne, Sheriff, I'm not quite sure if there is. I can follow up for sure though. Yeah.
I was told there was no math with this, so.
They will lie to you about that issue. They told me there was no math.
So, Madam Chair, we do have Search and Rescue who would like to come and present something about them if that's allowable.
I believe that's probably a good idea.
Okay?
You bet.
Sammy and whoever you brought, come up and introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Good afternoon. So I am Sammy Robinson. I am captain of Lewis and Clark County Search and Rescue, and I have Doug Robinson. He is our communications sergeant because we are here to talk about some radios.
I'm sorry, would you tell me again what Doug is?
He's the communications sergeant.
Oh, thank you. Proceed.
All right, so I just wanted to give a little rundown of where we're at as far as missions this last year. So as far as hours, for the fiscal year 25, we had nearly 5,000 volunteer hours. We had 4,780 hours to be exact. That was training and missions. Year to date, current for this year, we are at 1,158 hours for trainings, 455 hours for meetings, 187 hours for missions, and 77 hours for administrative work, which is our budget items and things like that. We had a total of 6 agency assists over the last year. Some of those you may be aware of, which was we assisted Missoula County for the drowned female and her dog. We helped provide sonar assistance for that. We assisted Great Falls for 3 different operational periods in a murder investigation where we sifted through the landfill. We also assisted Stillwater County in recovering a county employee who had drowned in the treatment plant. We located them with our sonar. So we have a lot of really, great equipment, and our skills are wonderful. We train really hard. But one of the things that we are asking for this year is we need to replace some of our radios. Currently, I think I brought Doug as the expert for this. The price, what we're asking for is, I believe, around 58. Oh, go ahead.
Can you
Sure.
just wait? Yes, the lady that put the budget together, Sherry, could you tell us what page the numbers are for this?
And we can go through, Madam Chair, all the expenses for the different equipment that we're requesting, if you'd like.
I don't know that I need that, but if I have a place where I
Sure.
can actually look at it black and white, it's very helpful to me.
Sure. I believe it's some of the money that we would typically transfer into CIP.
It's on my screen. Oh,
I don't know what
yes, please.
column number it is.
You mean? It's not just my imagination?
It is not.
Well, I feel better. I thought maybe I was just being. Okay, well, we'll just do it the new fashioned way. Thank you. Go for it.
So, like I said, I brought Doug here to answer any questions that you might have. The majority of our radios, I believe 40 or more, are at least 25 years old. And we are finding that the battery life on these radios are not lasting us but 4 or 5 hours. And it is starting to impact some of our mission availability, in that we're having to communicate via cell phone, and that's if we're in cell phone range. So we did, for a temporary fix, we used some of our team budget, and we just ordered some batteries as a Band-Aid, so to speak, for the next few weeks or however much. But we're looking at needing to replace those. So if you have questions, Doug here.
How much does a battery cost? Are we talking $35 or $3,500?
So one battery for our old radios, roughly they are between $85 and $100, depending on where I can find them.
That's ballpark is close enough. And how many radios are there?
So we have search and rescue in total, Madam Chair, has 52 radios, 10 of which are 5 years old. The remaining 42 are approximately 25 years old. Those radios were purchased through a grant when the county upgraded the radio system in the early 2000s. Of those 42, I have approximately 10 of them sitting needing parts that we can no longer get parts for. So basically those radios are unusable, cannot be repaired. And we're gonna, going forward, any radios that are damaged, need repairs, would have to be replaced. There's no option for repair anymore for those radios. We have, in fact, just 2 weeks ago on the Don't Fence Me In run, we had one of those radios die during that mission where they were trying to go up and get a runner that had gone down. So it does affect our operations. So I did get two quotes. One is $58,205.70. That is 15 brand new Bendix King radios. 7 of those are encrypted so that we can have encrypted communications with the sheriff's department and other agencies. Those go to our upper level command staff. And then 8 of those are non-encrypted. So that quote there is for 15 multi-band radios. And the county is trying to transition towards multi-band communications. Our current radios are not multi-band capable. They're all single band. The second quote I have here is for 7 of the those same multi-band radios. The reason for that is the ability for encryption is not available on the lower radios. So we would have to stick with 7 of those. And then I did 8 single band BK 5000 radios. That drops the price for the 15 radios to $426.42. So it's about roughly $10,000 less if we do the 8 single band, but with the direction the county's radio system is going, I believe it would be more fiscally responsible to get the radios that will be compatible with that new system and not have to replace those 8 in a few years if the single band availability goes away.
And Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that this is, even with purchasing these to 15 in the coming years, we will need to be, looking at purchasing more because, and the technology gets old fast. So this is probably going to be something that'll be a topic continuing.
So are these the radios that you're looking at here? There's parts of our county that doesn't have, for example, cell phone service. Do these have service in those places?
Correct. So like when we go to the Bob Marshall Wilderness, places like that, we're able to get on.
Even like Augusta or Lincoln. I mean, there's.
Yep. So there's different agencies. U.S. Forest Service has some repeaters up in the Bob Marshall, and we have the frequencies for those, so we can do that. The nice thing about these new radios, the Kings, they're field programmable. So the radios we have in the past, they're programmed. They have certain channels in them, and those are the channels that we can use. We're getting more and more statewide requests. We don't have every frequency in the state in the radios. There's not room to do that. These are field programmable. So say we go down to Stillwater County and they've got a repeater in the area that we can use. We can program our radio right then and there to that frequency and be able to use that. The other nice thing is, if large scale incidents, fires, stuff like that, those teams bring in their own repeaters, own frequencies, stuff like that. And these radios are easily cloned to be able to work with that team on their frequencies. If we ever had a search and rescue event on a wildfire or something like that, they would greatly improve that. So the 15 radios that we're requesting would go to our upper level command staff and team leads. Those are the people that are going to be communicating with multiple agencies and stuff like that. And then we can shift the 10 older radios that those folks have now down to a cache to use on incidents. And then we still have the 30 or so old radios that, as long as we can keep them running, we can use those for what we call ground pounders, people on the ground, people that are out searching. We don't need all the bells and whistles for that.
Doug, do you know if there's been any attempt to look at grants? Have Ann McCauley search the woodwork and see if we can't I believe these are necessary and you need them. But we've got other needs, and so we need to look for another funding source. Have you
As
talked to
far
Ann?
as what's out there for grants, I am unaware of anything.
Which is why we talked to Ann McCauley, as she can find things that you wouldn't know. How would we go about encouraging that, Roger?
Madam Chair Payne, just as you described, we can follow up with Ann McCauley and the aftermath of this meeting.
Should they follow up with Ann McCauley, or is that something we do, or?
I would just suggest, please give Ann McCauley a phone call and have a conversation with her. She's our grants and purchasing director.
Okay.
Okay.
And maybe I'll give her a call and let her know this phone call is going to come in from one of you.
Okay.
Who's going to make the phone call?
Okay. Since I have the information, I can give her a call.
I really think that would be a good thing to do. Come up with, I would think this would be something, it's a great plan, but we got to pay for it.
And we do have, historically, we do move about $100,000 into CIP every year. So if there is no grant available, then I would request that we take that money and we don't move the full 100,000 into CIP.
Frank, does that work?
Chair Payne, yeah, that would work.
Kind of.
Yep.
We'd rather do the grants.
We absolutely, we always exhaust all opportunities to get grant monies. We will contact Ann and see if there's anything out there for you.
Okay. Yeah, we want you people to have all the equipment you need so you can come and rescue me when I fall in the river. Okay. Anything else? You done?
I am.
I think we've
No other
beaten him into
questions?
submission.
Okay, no other questions on the budget?
I think the radio thing is really key. Are there changes to other parts of this budget?
Chair Payne, I'll ask a question about the radios and CIP. So you have a CIP and you're putting in how much per year?
We try to put in about $100,000 every year.
Putting in 100,000, and on that list of things that are covered by the CIP, are radios one of the items?
They are not, simply because this is the first time that we've come across that. And I think one of the concerns that I have is that if the radios are to be on our CIP, it will quickly exhaust our CIP.
It could.
It could.
If that's where you choose to spend it. But
True.
If they're on there, then if you do need a few or one or two or five, you could also, I mean, it is a source of money that you could potentially use. The other
Sure.
thing is if CIPs change all the time in different departments, where it's, hey, we want to add this to our CIP, it might mean that you need to start saving a little more too. So there's both sides of that coin. But I just wanted to make the point that there is a potential, at least partial funding source, or even a match for a grant or something like that. So that CIP is something that it's a little bit flexible.
Chair Payne, Commissioner, can I add just a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to kind of echo Roger earlier, said a new request. Remember, we're gonna gather all these. This will include these radios, and I'll also provide along with that request a cash flow, which will include or cash flow analysis as to the impact on their fund and whether or not it's something that the fund can just handle, or if if the CIP needs to be activated or if we need to go after grant funds. So all of that will be analyzed prior to bringing it to you for a request. So you'll know, and hopefully you'll have all the information you need to make that decision as to whether or not to approve this new item or not. But it'll be on that list. You'll see it. We'll have all the information you need at that point to make the decision.
You mean to say we'll have a real basis for making a decision?
That is correct.
What a concept.
And Chair Payne, I think what you're asking though is are there funds in the general fund that could contribute to this? Is that what you're not asking? Okay. Just if we can pull it off with what we have and, okay. I just want to make sure I understood. Thank you very much.
Anything, Tom?
No, I think you're headed down the right road. with this.
Okay,
We
are
need
you-
to, we
We're
need
good.
to
This is
see if we can
probably-
figure out a,
Is there anything else we need to know about the search and rescue?
No.
Okay, then, thank
you.
you for your presentation, and we will be seeing you again. Sheriff? Oh, I hate to wake you up from your nap, but you got to finish your project here.
Madam Chair, I was hoping that you'd exhausted all your questions, so I don't have any more questions for you. You answered any questions as long as we keep the dialogue going.
Is the DARE program part of this?
It is. The DARE program is part of the public safety mill levy. Every year there is a $200,000 that allocated to the DARE program to be spent for associated either a deputy assigned to DARE. I believe we have one, and then we have 2 SROs, school resource officers.
When my grandson Tyler, the one you took for a ride, was going to school at Capitol, there was a big hue and cry about these resource officers and why do we have these armed policemen in our schools? And this just isn't right. I said, Tyler, how do you feel about the school resource officer? He said, we need him. Who else is going to stick up for us? And I thought, oh, well, there's my answer.
Just to add on to the SRO, the East Helena School Board over where these 2 schools are had somewhat trepidation when we first started this program. We had a good outline, a good contract. Now they would fight you tooth and nail if we went to take them away because of the relationship that the deputy has built with the students. And we don't delve into school issues. We prefer and we have the school deal with things that the school should deal with. We don't automatically, they were said, well, you just want to write citations, and that's never been the case. We've been able to prove it, that we refer problems back to the administration. You deal with this. This is a school problem. This is not a law enforcement problem. Glad to help you, but we're not there to write tickets. We're there to keep them safe and develop relationships. And we take a lot of calls. We get a lot of calls because of the trust and relationship. And I'm talking serious ones like sexual assault or assaults, things like that may go unreported because I'm not a victim of a sexual assault, but there's a lot of guilt that happens when a person is a victim and they're reluctant to report it because they feel shame. Not their fault. But when you have a relationship with someone who is a peace officer and you feel comfortable about telling them, and they're not going to judge you and say, well, what did you do to cause this? We don't ever do that. And consequently, you'll see in the Board of Crime Control some statistics that Lewis and Clark County has a higher percentage of either assaults against women or domestic violence cases. And one of those is Greg Homeland sitting behind me. He did a wonderful job when he was in that position, but he's a lieutenant now. But gaining the confidence of a victim. And that's what the SROs are doing, gaining the confidence of the citizens who we serve, who are our bosses. So they really represent us well. You asked the time, I gave you the history of the watch. Thank you.
This is a pretty darn important watch, Bill. And it has been my experience that having a uniformed officer walking through a situation will oftentimes calm down and remind people that they don't need to be behaving that way. Their mother can't be there, so we've got the patrol officer here. And we need big, strong people in uniform telling us, you know, and they don't have to even say anything, just by their mere presence. So, we about beaten this horse to death. What time is it getting to be here?
4:15.
4:15.
And we went over.
We started early, didn't we?
And we went late.
We can stay later. I want to know who the young person without the uniform on is.
Well, come on up.
I'm an equal opportunity
You want to
person.
meet everybody that I brought?
I know most of them, but him.
I'm Caleb Metzger. I'm the accounting technician. It's my third week.
Talk slower. What?
Caleb Metzger, accounting technician for the sheriff's office. It's my third week here, and I'm just happy to learn.
Okay, so you are the person who's going to be running these radios or repairing them or?
The accounting technician.
Accounting.
Accounting tech.
Money.
Yes, not money.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotta slow down. Got
That's
it.
enough. Yeah. But, and do you work for the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Okay,
I
you
work
don't
at
work
the
for
sheriff's office. Yep.
I'm sorry.
I work
the
for the
sheriff's
sheriff's office.
But you don't work for the county, even though you're not a deputy, you are a
Accounting technician.
county technician.
I work for the county, and I work underneath Cheryl here.
Okay.
Civil employee.
Thank you for being here, Caleb.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
There's a lady sitting back there looking smug because she doesn't think I'm going to notice her, but I wanted to state your name
Catherine Cook.
and who are you and what are you doing hanging around with these guys?
It's not by choice. I am the admin assistant to the sheriff's office.
Okay. I believe I've talked to you about this before. At one point, Leo had, and I don't remember what it was an honor, it was a program honoring one or more of the officers, and they got a big star. I don't remember what they got, but we were informed about it, and a couple of us went over. And I would like to just have an email or a text message saying, we're going to do this. We're proud of the officers too. And if we could fit it into our schedule, then we could trot over and be a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to be on the email list.
I think that would be an important addition. As speaking of team building, the officers, the commissioners, I mean, we're all in a common fight and we have to take care of each other. And so when one of the officers does something really cool and gets a special citation, I think it would be helpful, at least if you don't have to send it to those people over there, just the three commissioners.
Got it.
If you would include us, I think that would be a good move.
Yeah,
So,
of course.
thank you. Okay. And you, I know, you.
Caleb was brand new. So if you remember Jolene, you remember Jolene?
Yes.
Caleb's doing that job now.
Oh.
So he's her replacement.
Okay.
And been there, like he said, 3 weeks.
Okay.
Catherine is my administrative assistant, and she's very, very skilled at what she does. So that's good. She's a good find. Brent, I'm going to introduce Brent Colbert if you need.
No, I'm just, somebody's back there shaking her heads. So, all right, I think we've kind of
Oh,
come.
I know.
Oh,
You said being added. I just have to say this.
being added.
Yesterday, I went to 2 events on Memorial Day.
Oh, yes.
Those are just very near and dear to my heart. I usually take the honor guard. They were otherwise indisposed yesterday and couldn't be there, but I was. So I ended up, the guy in charge asked me if I wanted to say a couple words. I said, sure. So when we got down, we marched down, and then Tim Graff is his name, the commander, and said, okay, a couple of things, housekeeping things, got this, and I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, Sheriff Dutton. So it was a
keynote speaker. How many jokes did you have ready?
I had none.
Whoa.
I went right into it, and it was about a 4-minute speech, and they loved that it was only a 4-minute speech. Secondly, we went to Lincoln. Brent and I went to Lincoln, and you all were on the docket to speak. Did you? Because they called upon the county commission to be there to speak at the dedication of a veterans memorial up in Lincoln.
The Lincoln Outpost.
What's that?
The Lincoln Outpost.
Yes.
Is what it's called.
Yep.
And they spoke at our Friday Lincoln Commission meeting, and you weren't there. But I explained to them, I was doing my own veterans memorial. My father is a veteran. He's buried in Reed Point. And my brother and I and our spouses meet in Reed Point for coffee with mom and dad on Memorial Day. And I'm not staying in Lincoln for that.
You don't have to tell me you were on the, I'm just telling you, we traded, they were
I
looking for
told
you.
them.
Apparently you're popular. I mean, they didn't have your name. They just had Lewis and Clark County Commission representative. Okay. And they said there's supposed to be 2 of them here. So I'm just relaying. I mean, I'm bringing you the
Thank
newspaper.
you for that information.
You're welcome.
We will be prepared for the tomatoes to be thrown at us at our next meeting in Lincoln, which I think is next
They'll
week.
invite you to I doubt if there'll be any tomatoes, but they're going to invite you to a November similar on Veterans Day.
Veterans Day.
Yep.
November 11th.
So just I want you to succeed. That's why I'm bringing it up.
I appreciate that. Reach over and wake him up, would you? Okay, no, never mind. That's
Who, Brian?
this. Are we done? Roger?
So Chair Payne and Commissioners, thank you. Just a couple of summary things to wrap up. Thank you very much, Sheriff Dutton and your whole team for what you've done today. Commissioner Rolfe, Misty Edwards has been good enough to run us a work plan report that does show all of the position titles for the sheriff office employees. So we'll be following up and getting that to you. You've already heard from the presentation. It's just under 140 full-time employees, but we'll get you all that detail. A couple of little things I just wanted to mention. It's my understanding that in this budget, we also are going to have some funding for doing a remodel for some office space.
Yes.
Over in the Law and Justice Center building. I didn't remember if that came up today, but Commissioners, it's going to be a remodel that's needed for some office space for the sheriff's operation. And I wanted to repeat again, you heard this from Kelly McBride earlier today as well too. We're anticipating taking funding from the O&M levy and converting 2 detention center officer positions to positions that will be engaged in what we'll call jail diversion activities moving forward. We've had a meeting with the sheriff about that, and that will be a part of what will be included in this budget for the coming fiscal year. And another miscellaneous thing, Under Sheriff Colbert had a chance to speak with me a few days ago about possibly doing some work to take the command vehicle that the sheriff's office has and possibly housing it on the Fairgrounds Annex property in a large building we have there. That's still just a discussion item right now, but I wanted to make sure that we touched on that a little bit today. And then finally, Commissioners, the presentation today had 4 different funds, including the Public Safety Fund. And you've looked at a budget of a little over $17 million for that moving forward. And Frank Cornwell has done the calculation to adjust those revenues that will accommodate those expenditures. So I just wanted to mention, I think it's a very good picture for this operation and for this budget associated with the sheriff's office. So just some summary comments here at the end. Yes.
Does storing the command vehicle out in an empty building at the fairgrounds, does that impact the fairgrounds budget or the sheriff's budget? Or, I mean, how does this, we just put it out there? We don't have to pay. We charge the county superintendent of schools for parking. I think we should charge for his bus.
So,
sorry, Leo.
Chair Payne and Commissioners, what we've talked a little bit about, and there's no details yet, but there may be some cost associated with making that site more secure, possibly having an alarm on it, some things like that that it does not have now. Again, it's just a small miscellaneous thing. Within these budgets, there are dozens and dozens of programs and important expenditures associated with public safety. That's just one of them.
Makes me tired to think about it.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you all for your attention today. I'm sure we'll be meeting again to discuss this further. And any comments, Andy?
Oh, I just remembered something I needed to tell you, Sheriff Dutton. I just got back from the Western Interstate Region Conference, which was in Rapid City. The sheriff, I can't remember his name. Oh, you don't remember?
I can't
He
remember.
remembered you. He just said, you have a great sheriff, and he enjoyed getting to know you. Maybe he got to know you while you were president of the association, but he was very complimentary. I hate to say that on the record, but he was very
I know you
complimentary.
do. That's why I'm shocked.
And
I'm
I
happy.
hate to say it as well, but I agreed with them. So there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for your.
Yep. I know him through the Western State Sheriff's Association, where we have a meeting every month and talk to different states about what are the priorities from there. So I get ideas, they get ideas.
There you go.
Tom, anything?
Appreciate what you all do. You make our communities a better place to live, and you're important to us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Same goes to you, especially around budget time.
Okay. So we recess the budget meeting until tomorrow? Is that the proper way?
Chair Payne and Commissioners, no, we will adjourn this meeting and then
Okay,
we will
start
convene a
it.
new meeting tomorrow.
Okay. Due to the power vested in me, this meeting is adjourned. There. Bye. Bye. Write if you find work.
Are we supposed to ask for public comment?